The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin. The strong take. The poor complain. The rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm trouble, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gon' run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the symbol of excellence and the otherwise known as the Wake Up Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content returns after Easter, and the speaker of truth, yours truly, the notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Jadamas, and you're back in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than Hollywood CGA and also EWF. Smells like Asian Teen Spirit, also known as EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies of the Lings love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was just
also
phenomenal.
The man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Christian Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer. Also known as the man that walks in the spirit ecclesiastically of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. You can call me Ling Arthur, the Lord of the Lings, James Bine, Malo Poppy, Hentai CGA, also known as the Anointed One. You can call me Primo El Jefe, the boss. You can also call me CGA, See God Allah, the undefeated. And also known as the 14-time reigning and defending demonetized champion of YouTube. I'm back to reclaim my spot. All right. Them old niggas know I was going to take their spot. All right. Y'all could have took my spot, but you couldn't. And I'm back here to reclaim my spot. As a matter of fact, we got 30 straight days of Stream Mania coming up, and we got double headers. We're going to stream tonight. We're going to stream every night, and we're going to go 2 streams a day, every day but Saturday. We back. We are back. I hope you enjoyed your vacation from CGA. And I know YouTube was boring as shit. I had to cause controversy while I was on vacation. All right, happens every time. All right, I couldn't even respond properly because I was in hotels fixing Ling's binds. All right, let me give you a preview of actually what I was doing. All right, just so you guys know, this is basically what happened when I came back. I got kind of exposed and I'm under investigation. This is actually what happened, all right, when I came back.
Peter, what the hell? My car! Damn it! Hey, come back! Oi, จะไปไหน? มานี่ อีดอก กูจ่ายเงินภายหลัง
Oh no, man! I'll tell you, man, that is a damn shame. It happens to the rest of them. Wait a minute, I don't even know where the best.
What happened?
Where is it at? Where is it at? There it is. I don't even know where the sound effects are now. Where are the sound effects?
What happened?
All right, I don't even know where the proper sound effects is, but yeah, that's what happened with me this week when I came back from fixing Ling's binds there. Where's my price is wrong? I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is right there. All right, there it is right there. That did happen to Greg Fu Young. All right, it was a little Greg Fu Young, and I had some explaining to do when I parked my cars in the driveway.
Peter, what the hell? My car!
Oh, no.
Damn it! Hey, come back! เฮ้ย จะไปไหน? มานี่ อีดอก กูจ่ายเงินภายหลัง
Oh my goodness. That's what happened over there. It did. And I had some explaining to do to immigration. All right. Immigration was on my neck, and I'm definitely on the list. based on what I brought back. All right. I didn't bring back an STI, but I definitely brought back some lings. All right. There you go right here. And they like,
I like to get dominated.
All right. Greg Fu Young was out of control on my trip. If you guys didn't know, ecclesiastically over the last 4 weeks, I visited Ling Tour #2. All right. Ling Tour #2. And I went to the Philippines for 2 weeks, 1 week. And then I went to Hong Kong. And then I also went to Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia, try to take a short trip to Singapore. It didn't really work out very well. So I just touched down there and then left. And then also went back to the Philippines to Lapu-Lapu, and a nice, wonderful resort. If you don't follow my stories on Snapchat and Instagram, you should, so you can figure out what's going on. I don't really update YouTube until weeks and months later. So by the time you see it on YouTube, it's weeks and months later, I'm no longer there. All right. But that's kind of how I do my social media. It's hard to update everybody at the same time. So I give people a sneak preview. I give people an update almost in real time on Snapchat and on Instagram stories. So go follow me over there. And speaking of Instagram, yes, Hollywood CGA is taking over. New world order. Not only that, 50 Shades of Greg is taking over. New world. All right, you guys know I went Hollywood last year. I've been hitting the mainstreams and the airwaves. So now you're looking at new Hollywood, even the cronies of Hollywood and the beta males of Hollywood trying to attack CGA. New world. All right, because I didn't entered into the realm of the Matrix. All right, I'm entering into the realm where, you know, they was ignoring me for a minute. Oh, he can't get hoes. He just mad. He bitter. A black woman hurt him. All right, he can't do nothing. He just gonna get up there and live stream and talk shit. And y'all was ignoring me, right? Get my Instagram views to 5K, right? 5K Instagram views. And I was like, man, fuck it. We going Hollywood. New world order. We going Hollywood. We going hentai CGA. We going 50 Shades of Greg. All right. Forget the dumb shit. Fuck the dumb shit. That's what we gonna do. All right. And we've done it successfully over on Instagram. All right. Reaching a broad new audience, something like 13 or 14,000 new followers over the last week. And a lot of people calling me names, right? They calling me names. They calling me names, man. They even saying I'm into some Duke shooter activity, which is weird because the guy describing the activity is very detailed. Stuff that I would only detail my experiences with women. All right. He's able to demonstrate very vividly his experiences with men. All right, but we Hollywood CGA, man, we in here. But thank you for and holding it down for me. We love the Coach Gang. All right, the Coach Gang affiliates in the building. We love the Brothers of the Shield. All right, and the sisters. The sisters are watching me, man. And the Instagram baddies are on CGA's neck. All right, I got lots of followers of Instagram baddies that want to get tricked on. And we also have some black men still really upset about tricking, right? Which is crazy. He advocates for tricking. Meanwhile, you can't get no pussy. All right, y'all out here trying to get these women back to the plantation and drag them back. Speaking of, we have a great show for you lined up today. Singer Brandy. Guys, what do I always tell you? I told you there's no such thing as a good girl. Even a woman that can hide behind the facade of a good girl. At the end of the day, I always tell you, and this is nothing new, a good girl is just a bad girl who hasn't been caught. A good girl is just a bad girl who hasn't been caught. I don't believe that there's good girls. All right. People are like, there's some good girls. There's some good women out here. And I'll be like, nope. Nah, you can cancel all that. Just like I don't believe that there's good guys. There's just people that go into a phase where they're ready and some people ain't ready. And then when they ain't ready, they're whores out here. That's all there is. They're whores. All right. Male whores, female whores, slut makers, and sluts. All right. That's where we're at. There's people, but they can really just go into the spectrum and then frame themselves as good. Now, I have no beef with Brandy or Ray J or any of these family members here. I have no beef. I'm just going to cover this story from the perspective of my teaching points to make sure you're aware that people can hide behind a facade. Just like when you think a person on social media is a facade, oh, he's fake. All right, these social media people are fake. Well, if the same can be said about you social media consumers. You're just as faker than a $3 bill. You're fake too. You have a whole fake persona. All right, you're clutching your pearls. You're holier than thou in the comment section, and you ain't nothing but skeezers and whores and slut makers and sluts. And it is what it is. But I did say that I was not going to curse as much, so I can actually repackage this content better on YouTube. Not that it would help me with subs because I'm shadow banned in hell. But that's neither here nor there. That's why I got to go feral on Instagram and social media. That's the only way I can boost. But I'm shadow banned and demonetized. I'm the demonetized champion of YouTube 14 times, reigning and defending. But there's no such thing as good girls, man. I mean, just like I say the same, there's no such thing as a good guy. Even those Christians that say they're good guys, all right, then they say they've been with 100 women by 21. All right, as I said, there's no such thing as a good girl or a good guy. And there's nothing wrong with it. But what happens is when people have like experience in relationships, they start looking for good girls and good guys. But what you're going to have to look at is a person that has a past that probably would make you shame them. All right. Or make you reconsider a relationship with them. And in this case, we're talking about singer Brandy. Now, you guys know Brandy has been always behind the facade of a good girl, right? She's been a pristine image of cookie cutter, clean and wholesome content. Her movies, her TV shows, her music has always been clean. In fact, when she did that duet with Monica was the bad girl, right? And Brandy was the good girl. Just kind of like how Puffy was the good guy and Suge was the bad guy. Right now we realize with time that Puffy was the bad guy and Suge was probably not so bad, although he was a menace to society. He probably was not as bad as we thought. We didn't think Puff was worse than Suge, but with time, listen, what's in the dark will come to the light. Well, in this case, Brandy has been revealed to be an ecclesiastical skeezer, right? Which surprised people. Now, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Brandy has a situation here that I got to discuss, and that's the title of today's show, but that's not the only part of the Brandy story. Because now she's putting herself and portraying herself as a victim, not a victim. She's a victim in this situation. What is she a victim of? Well, people are saying she's a victim of a predator. And the predator is a well-known R&B singer, well-known in a quartet. Well, it's now a trio, but it's a quartet known at that time with a hit single. She was now. This has not been a secret. I've known about this. Many people may have not known about this. I've known about this relationship for a few years. This is not new information to me, but it's new because she's revealing it in her memoir. And fresh off the heels of this particular memoir, there was some controversy about Brandy sharing 2 rappers on Bad Boy's label in these Mickey Ficky streets. All right, this girl is in these streets. So we got Brandy. We're going to talk about the good girl and why you cannot go forward and believe that there are some good women out here. Can there be a good woman for you? Yes. All right, they're going to be a good woman for you. Okay, but you're going to have to understand that she's been ran through more times than a Holland tunnel. All right, and you're going to have to put up with that. You're going to have to, I've been telling you guys, in Gen Z, you guys are going to have to put up with the fact that your girlfriend been with CGA. All right, that's not even a new. Not only has she been with CGA, she's been with members of the Coach Gang, because she's not my girl, she's our girl. Any girl you see me parade on social media, I realize she's our girl. She ain't mine. And I'm okay with that. As long as I'm not supporting her or claiming her, I'm okay with that. But that's the main event story. We also have Omi and a hot Hellcat. You guys know Omi and a Hellcat. He is a famous YouTuber. He recently had a jail sentence because he got involved in some, he got in some pirating cable scam, and he had to serve a bid. Well, he's on the internet ecclesiastically talking about his girlfriend / fiance / wife stealing all of his shit while he was in prison. All right. Wowzers.
Oh, the humanity.
You niggas are never going to learn. You niggas are never going to learn out here. You put your faith in the hands of these American modern women, you going to get got.
Oh, the humanity.
100%.
Gotcha, bitch.
He got Omi and a Hellcat out here crying on the internet yesterday, and we're going to cover that. And maybe send some sympathy his way, or we might just call him a simp.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, we're going to cover that. We also have coming up in today's show, Deontay Wilder, the former heavyweight champion of the world, reveals how his fiance wife, did they get married? I know she divorced him or separated from him right after he started losing. He went on that losing streak. Shout out to Deontay Wilder. This is not a diss. Deontay Wilder people watch me. I was recognized by one of Deontay Wilder's managers while in the suite in the Las Vegas Raiders Stadium, Allegiant, and he watches me. His manager said he watches the Notorious one, but I do have to cover this because Deontay Wilder has a wild story of how his fiance got pregnant. All right, we're going to reveal that one. And shout out to him. He won his boxing match this weekend. So shout out to him. And maybe there's a fight with AJ, Anthony Joshua, coming up.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend,
so we
nigga?
got that coming up and much, much more. But to contribute to today's show, it is $, the Notorious CGA. That's on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And I'm just noticing that the link is not at the top anymore. It's at the bottom. All right. Pause. What is going on? Who do you think will win the fight between Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder? All right. People are split. I won't say. I have an opinion, but apparently they said Anthony Joshua was ducking Deontay Wilder. I don't think he's going to duck him anymore, but Anthony Joshua's latest fight was with the live streamer, Jake Paul. And he looked very good in that fight. But of course, Jake Paul's a bum in the ring. He's not really we all knew how that was going to happen. But who do you think is going to win that one? Okay. So anyway, I wouldn't want to get in the ring with any of them niggies. All right. I'm a little too short to be in there. I'm a little too short. Them some two bulls up in the ring. But anyway, let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. And thank you for holding it down once again. Who likes me back in the studio? I'm back in the studio. Again, it's hard to stream and it's hard to run the business and stream effectively when I'm on the road. But I tried to give y'all something. I didn't want to disappear for a week or a month. But with that said, we're doing double headers. We're doing Stream Mania coming up here. Oh, let me put this up here before we get into the earlier contributors to today's show. All right, Stream Mania all this month, which means in effect, we're going to be streaming in the Desert Storm bunker every single day, almost twice a day, every single day. We about to put in that work. We about to lock in. All right, I know this graph is very, very confusing. It's all over the place, but check this out. We got our doubleheader regularly on Sundays. We got our JUCO stream early in the morning. All of the times featured here are Pacific Standard Time. And we got the Money Mindset on Sunday nights. But also returning back, we got Stream Mania coming up for all of April. Mondays evening show is back on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Tuesday, we will still have the Boss Up show in the morning, but we're going to be Tuesday on Twitch. All right, so make sure you click the link in the description box or find my Twitch channel. It's very easy to find. And then on Wednesdays, we're doubleheader. At the evening, we got Tales from the Dark Side. All right. And that's going to be Tales from the Dark Side. That's going to be some great stories about what happens in the monetized dating marketplace. Tales from the Dark Side coming up here. We got Thursday with Thursday Night Roski coming back on the Coach Greg Adams channel in the evening after the morning show. On Fridays, we got Tales from the Dark Side returning. So Wednesdays and Fridays, Tales from the Dark Side on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. On Saturday, it's Saturday Night Twitch, which is 4 o'clock on the Pacific time and 7 o'clock on the Eastern. And we'll just be kicking it live on Twitch. So let me just do a recap. That's 2 Twitch streams. That's 2 Twitch streams during the week. That's 2 main event on the flagship channels, evening shows, the Monday and Thursday. We're going back to Monday and Thursday on the evening shows for the main channel, Coach Greg Adams. And then we got Tales from the Dark Side over there on Wednesdays and Fridays. So yes, indeed. And we got also on Sunday, the members shows on Locals and Money Mindsets as usual. We got all of April. He is risen. New world order. Too soon. I know the Christians are going to be mad. He is risen after Easter. All right. And we're back springing forward. The fertility is out here. And boy, are the women back in Vegas ready for CGA. They ready for daddy to get busy. I'm like, golly. All right. These girls done showed up. As soon as I got off the airplane, they've been lining up. All right. And like, I want to see you as much as I can, daddy. I'm like, damn, slow down. All right. Slow down, ma'am. I can't be seeing you every day. Where's Get 'em Daddy? I got to find all my sound effects. I don't even know where they are on this particular thing here. But boy, are the Vegas girls chomping at the bit. All right. I may actually have to trim off the fat a little bit. I kind of have to do a whole bunch going on here. But yes, we are back. We are back. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the earlier contributors to today's show. Let me see if we can do it. All right, let me see. It's April 5th, so I'm gonna do the streams from the April 4th chats. It is Blue Baggins says Tony Gaskins made a video calling every CGA viewer a loser and gay. I guess that works for the ecclesiastical Christians. I guess that works. All right, we're all of you guys are gay and losers. All right. Well, as they say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Oh my goodness. Blue Baggins says a little something for the community deals Nick fun, sponsored by Senor Gregorio, free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you, man. Let me see where we at. All right, where's my sound effect for the free agent lifestyle? As she said, community dick. All right, I haven't heard from my girl Claudia Jordan, but apparently she's on Al Gore's internet complaining that Bob Barker didn't want none of that caramel punani. All right, apparently she's on the internet crying. I think that's an old video, but I seen it resurface. Claudia Jordan said Bob Barker didn't want to touch me. She didn't want to hug me. All right, well, I can't say it on YouTube, but in B. All right, not when he had all of them tall, skinny white women. All right, I mean, why would he want to?
Where the white women at?
Yeah, all of them tall, skinny white women. Why would he want you? I mean, you were a what? A token. I mean, you're a good-looking, light-skinned woman, but he got a hold of them flatbacks. All right.
Hey, where are the white women at?
He don't want nothing to do with you. All right. He don't like you. He don't want burning desire. Big Boss Man D says Tony Gayskins. Tony Gayskins said that the free agent lifestyle is destroying marriages, but it's not in the business of saving marriages. It says right here, there are married people who approve of your message. He's an emotional tampon, niggy. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. I know he's been releasing videos. I don't have time to be looking at people releasing videos on me like that. All right, just he didn't went ham. But apparently here there are married people who approve of your message. This is true. I mean, a lot of these ecclesiastical Christian people are going to have to realize that, you know, I can only be so truthful, and there's only so much fight that you have here. And to blame me for the ills of society is absolutely a disgrace. All right, to blame me, to put me as the face of the person ruining relationships and marriages and promoting degeneracy is a disgrace. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm not doing anything that nobody else ain't doing out here that ain't been doing. Everybody been doing it. Like the whole system, feminism, the OnlyFans debacle going on, the virgins, the incels, the men going their own way, the red pill. I haven't done no damage. I haven't done nothing. I woke some people up. The damage was already done. Now, what I've done was highlighted the fact that we're not going back, and highlighted the fact and gave y'all game on what happens in the marital industrial complex. So that's all I did. All right. I didn't destroy the shit. All right. All I did was expose the glitch. I'm the glitch in the matrix. And it's funny because apparently there was a show last night. Shout out to these people here. I wish I could name their names, but you know, when people do that to me, I'll be like, name my name. All right, but let me see if I can name their name. Apparently somebody sent me a link that there was a show talking about me, a rather long live stream. So I had to jump to the part of the live stream where they were talking about me. They didn't really talk about me for very long. Let's see if I can find the show. The show was Melanin Legacy. All right. And they did a decent job presenting my case. And they had one NB up there who had all the information wrong, but they did a good job of presenting my case, because one thing that people in that particular segment, it was a panel show, which I'm not a big fan of, but they asked a guy asked one of the women about me being a trick. You know, that seems to be a thing here. We're going to talk about the black community's nonsense related to tricking and snitching coming up on Crime and Law CGA. But Messy Michonne's been covering it too. Shout out to Messy Michonne. But they asked a woman about me being a trick, and they were like, oh, yeah, he's a trick, right? So then they asked her, they followed up immediately and said, but didn't you recently say that you would only mess with guys who had money, who would be willing to pay for dates. See, how can I be a trick at the same time you want men to pay for dates? You want to date men economically that are economically in a position to support you. Like, which one is it? Again, the conundrums of people, the absolute hypocrisy amongst people. Like, how the hell can you call me a trick as a woman and in the same breath say men need to pay for dates? That's literally what I'm doing. Okay, look, I'm paying for these women's dates. Like, huh? How do you jump to that fucking conclusion? How do you shame me for it and then in the other breath say men should be doing this? All right, I'm doing it. I'm just doing it with a bunch of young women, not just one woman. I'm doing it with a lot of younger women. All right, I'm doing it with women who pretty much are giving me what I want. I don't have to negotiate anything but the rate. So how is it bad on one side, but then men should be doing it on the other side? It makes no sense how people have been fighting this. Same thing with the guys. The guys have a problem with it. And I'm like, I'm literally getting to the point where you guys are up here arguing. You're on a panel show arguing about what women should do. And then I say, well, for $300, she'll do it. Like, you don't even have to. You don't even have to worry about her submitting. Because for $250, she's going to submit. Like, there's no argument. I don't have to deal with attitude. She's happy. She's smiling. She's laughing at my corny jokes, at least for an hour, sometimes for 5 hours, right? For the same rate. They're having a good time. All right. And as you've seen in the viral videos, the women are enjoying themselves. So again, if I'm destroying this facade that you guys want of dating and relationships, okay, why did the women look like they're having a good time? They look like they're having a great time to me. They don't look like they're victims. All right, they look like they're having a good time. And guys, if you want to have a good time with women, go get some money. All right, I mean, listen, I know you don't want it to be that, but it is what it is. Yeah, dudes they want the burning desire. I want her soul. I want her mind. Why would you want a woman's mind? Okay. A woman's mind is like a pinball machine. Okay. A woman's mind is like a pinball machine. Why the fuck would you want that? All right. Every single day of your life, trying to play with the flaps at the bottom, trying to keep the ball up. Like, what the hell, man? Stop the bullshit, man. Who cares about her mind? I don't care what she's thinking. She'll tell me what she thinks when she gets home after I send her home with some gas money. And then she'll text me and say, this is a great experience. How about we do it again? Hold on. I'll tell you. You call me. Wait, don't call me. I'll call you. Get back in the end of the line. All right. Anyway, I want her mind. I want her. Dude's trying to prove too much. I don't want a woman's mind. I don't give a fuck. Hey, listen, ladies, you can tell me what you're thinking, but most of the time I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I can find the sound effect. All right. I don't know if I got the sound effect real quick coming up here, but it was a great sound effect. Let me see here. I guess this is the one right here.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Anytime a woman's talking to me, all right, about anything, I got literally like 20 seconds and I'll be like,
can you shut the fuck up?
And I don't mean any disrespect to the ladies here. Ladies, we love you. All right. I love my ladies and I love hoes. But when women be talking to me, I'll be literally like,
can you shut the fuck up?
All right, but I'll be sitting there. I don't be sitting there like, I don't say it out loud. I'm pretty sure she sees it on my face that I'll be like, I don't care about nothing you talking about.
Can you shut the fuck up?
That's what I'll be thinking. All right, ladies, I know, man. Even the good girls, what you're talking about means nothing to me.
Can you shut the fuck up?
All right, because I don't know any, because it's always including people. All right, it excludes people that I don't even know. You know them, but I don't. And you're trying to get me to understand what happened in this context, but then you got to explain the people to me. And I'll be like,
can you shut the fuck up?
I don't care, bro. Like, this conversation is going on too fucking long. All right, I'll be like, where's my silence, you fool? All right, I think I had it somewhere. Do I have that too? Look, I don't even know where my sound effects are. I got to get my sound effect game back up. All right, but anyway, shout out to the ladies. I'd be like, just be seen and not heard. Y'all just talking nonsense to me. Where's my sound effects at? The silence, you fool, would have been great too. All right, I'm trying to figure out where it is. All right, let's see here. All right, I know I should just put a Skeletor right there where it is. All right, but there's some guys out here. I actually want to know what a woman's thinking all the time. Okay, more power to you, bro. Don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you. If you want to eat the crust, nigga, eat the crust. I like pizza crust. Okay, go ahead. Like, what you want me to say? Don't eat it? Shout out to our brother V Mad, aka Sky Daddy 4444. Welcome back in the booth with the truth. In CGA, we MF and trust. Let's go, big dog. I'm here for the Mitch in the NB slapping with the two hands. All glory to the Most High. All right, we gonna slap these niggies. Niggy. We gonna slap them. And shout out to our brother here, Dandy Low says just got back from Colombia, coach. It's better on the dark side. Shout out to you.
I'll show you. The dark side.
It's better on the dark side. Men don't want to go over there. Their ego's too wrapped up in women, bro. All right, they don't want to go over there. They're like, but I want her, coach. I want burning desire. All right, I'll be like, all right, just go have some fun. We have hustle every day. Actually, we have it is Arrow says Coach Gang since 2018, 2019. Now a free agent. Thank you. That was yesterday, last night, and that's a sponsor, co-sponsor. All the way early in today's show. So let me give you an acknowledgement. Arrow last night, or it was yesterday, sponsor, co-sponsor. Coach Gang since 2018, 2019. That means it's $150 to y'all. Hustle Every Day says, thank you for addressing this good girl topic. All right, the good girls. Coach, there's some good girls out there, he says right here. And thank your girl get around like celebrities do. All right. You think your girl get around like celebrities do, especially when you're in Los Angeles, home of the scandalous. Ian Williams says, salute to Hollywood CGA, the notorious one. Yeah. New and shout out to our brother Jack Vendetta says, shout out to my favorite African-American out here.
Look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about. Shout out to you, man. And we're going to come back over here with some Venmo and PayPal. Venmo and PayPal coming up next. But thank you, man, for the earlier contributors to today's show. But we're going to get into the first part of the show. And it is Straggle and Sniggle Theater. So buckle your seatbelt. Do me a favor, hit the like button and get active in the comment section if you're watching this on the playback, so we can get some people to push this video through. All right, some engagement, some engagement here. Let's get to it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, do me a favor, lock in. I'm locked in for April because I didn't have a good time on vacation. I'm locked in. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have our bumbling, rumbling, stumbling fool of marble mouth Bamas in the building, Christian Bamas. All right. And this one is Ricky Smiley. Ricky Smiley is back on the show. And let's go ahead and take a look at Ricky Smiley here. Rumbling, stumbling, bumbling, fumbling, marble mouth Bamas, giving relationship dating advice. Of course, it's going to be relationship advice from the past. And Ricky Smiley has this to say about relationships. Do the right thing as a man. Now, Ricky Smiley, we're not going to let you get away with this. Yo goofy ass was out here simping for Kamala Harris. Is it Kamala Harris? Kamala? We ain't going to let you get away with that. I ain't going to never let you forget. You was out here. She going to be the first person to be an apple, kappa, fat, self-identified. All right, shit that only matters in Alabama, Mississippi, and maybe in Texas. Sometimes maybe in Florida. Nobody gives a fuck about that around the rest of the country. Maybe in Washington, D.C. All right, but you was out here caping for heels up on her knees Harris. All right, but let's see what Ricky Smiley has to say about do the right thing as a man.
If a woman coming over your house to see you and you walk out the car and her tires are bald, hey, take my car. If you're seeing her, if you're serious about her, take my car. I'm gonna keep your car. Right. I'm finna go get it washed, clean, detailed, put a damn a tree ice, the one with the ice smell. Yeah. Tree, hang that up in there and get you some tires put on your car. Ain't nothing wrong. So if she's driving over there,
she done got some new tires.
Yeah. But the thing about it is she driving over there.
I know women that are married and are driving around with bald tires.
Yeah. If she's coming over there to see you and y'all kicking it, You don't want one of her tires to explode on the highway and she die.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Bro, Ricky Smiley, I can guarantee you have never done what you're suggesting. You have never done that. So you got some damn nerve to jump out here on Straggle Sniggle Theater. This is a joke. You got some nerve to jump out here. You're like Yada Awakening. You're like all of these other guys. Tony Gaskins. Be up here lying, bro.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog.
There ain't no way you've done that for a woman. You was kicking it with her. Change her tires. Tell her to take your car. I'll be damned if I tell my woman, a woman that I'm kicking it with, to take the G-Wagon while I take her goddamn rusty ass hoopty and get some tires on it. Now, I have given some women some money to go to AutoZone to fix her air conditioning in Las Vegas, but you know, she was a nasty slut. Well, I can't say what she was on. I'm trying to clean up my act, y'all. I'm trying to not curse too much, all right, because I want to have some good playback material. But I did send her money to go to AutoZone to get some components to fix her air conditioning, and she went to find a mechanic and sucked his dick, all right, and then she got her air conditioning fixed. But that's neither here nor there. I didn't let her get my car and then take her car to go get her air conditioning fixed. That's a whole nother thing, all right, but I did fix her mine. All right, I did fix her mine. But in this situation, bro, what the hell are you talking about? Alabama State. Shout out to everybody in the Hornets. All right. Over there in Alabama State. Of course, Bama. Like, what in the world? I'm going to let a woman take her. I'm going to take her car, go get it washed and detailed. And again, remember, he said you're seeing her seriously. Gentlemen, a woman you're seeing seriously is dating 3 other men. And I find that egregious. Listen, I don't mind a woman dating 3 other men while I'm dating her. Well, I'm not actually dating her. I'm just mating her. I don't mind if I'm mating her or seriously dating her and she's dating 3 other men. I do mind that I'm doing above and beyond what those other men are doing. Like, I'm not going to let her take the Porsche and be like, take that to your fucking cheap ass apartment in North Las Vegas while I'll take your rusty hoopty and then take it over there and get some tires changed, washed and detailed. No. All right. Nope. No, absolutely not. For people who missed it, let's go ahead and replay it.
Bam.
When you could have bought us some tires. Yeah. Even if you just get a front, and if you really got to go ahead and get a front wheel alignment, and if you don't have it, just get the tires rotated.
What the hell? Gentlemen. Oh my God. No way. Now we getting the front alignment and rotated on a piece of shit vehicle that's going to break down next week. Like that, literally she hiding her car from the repo man. I done got them tires rotated. I done got an alignment. I done got 4 tires front and the back, and the repo man looking for that car next week. It's only going to get repossessed. And by the way, I guarantee you he's never done this. I'm pretty sure he's never done this for his wife. Isn't he divorced? Don't he have baby daddy issues? All right, I know his son died, but rest in peace to his son. But bro, you've never done any of this. This is a damn myth or a lie. Why you out here capping on the internet?
Some gas in it.
Some gas in it. Get her right. Get her clean. All that stuff. If you go over to our apartment, you see the garbage needs to be taken out on your way out. Grab the damn garbage and put a new light and take the garbage out for her.
Oh my, bro. You know what? All I'm going to say is to her, here's $150. Hope that fixes your situation for the week. Bye-bye. All right, you take care of that. I'm going to take her garbage out. Ma'am, you're independent. You're strong. You can do it yourself. I'm here for one thing and one thing only. All right, I'm not about to be out here putting the lining in. This dude is just reaching. Now we got a front wheel alignment, a back end. I mean, a tire rotation. We have front wheels, back wheels. We have her driving a my 911 or G-Wagon around town with another nigga over there at the weed dispo. And then now I'm taking out her garbage after I rearrange her guts. Come on, bro.
Do the right thing as a man.
Do the right thing as a man. Man up. Do the right thing. All right, come on, bro.
Do the right thing.
Do the right thing. This is the right thing. Come on, man. Right. This is the right thing to do. I'll be bad, brothers. If you take any of this advice, you're going to be in the friend zone with a dry deek. That's what you're going to be.
As a man, dated women, huh? What men got to realize, she's representing you. Yeah.
She representing you. All right. What is this Whoopi Goldberg looking woman talking about? She representing you. No, she's not. She doesn't have my last name. All right. She's not representing me. She's just a woman I'm dating. Which you guys are fucked up dating. It doesn't mean anything. She does not represent me at all.
Yeah. So at least better represent you by looking decent.
If a woman coming over your house,
that's crazy. Somebody said that's a man, or I don't even know, man. All right, you can't really tell between black people. All right, black women without makeup and hair and wigs look like men, and even with the hair and makeup, they look like men half the time, dressed up like women. All right, but I'm not trying to diss black women. I'm just listen. I'm not dissing you. I'm describing you. People have to understand the difference. He's talking bad about. I'm not talking bad about. I'm just describing. I mean, you can't be mad at my description. All right, you guys describe me all the time. You bald. All right, so I'll be like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good description. Are you talking shit about me or describing me? You bald with a gray beard. You're old. I'm like, yep, that fits the description. Now that we got that covered, now what we are going to talk about. All right, but I'm just describing you. It's nothing bad. Okay, all right, we got Straggle Sniggle Theater. I don't know if you remember that video. I should have had it queued up. Remember that woman that was the wife that went out to the car and the husband was decompressing in the car? I covered this part of the show on one of the shows, and he was sleeping in the car, and she came out there and was like, come in the house. What do you need your piece for? Remember that video? That woman went viral doing that. She put it on her own fake book. Now she'd jump back on Al Gore's internet. And now she's complaining that the podcast bros have ruined her marriage. All right. So here she is right here. This is her. You guys remember her? And look at her right here. She got the Randy Savage bandana on. She definitely not prepared to jump on the internet. I don't know how y'all jump on the internet ill prepared to go viral. All right. At least look good. Clean up your act. All right. But she lazy. All right. She lazy. But apparently she says these podcasts are breaking up relationships. And it's your fault. It's not her fault. It's your fault. Well, it's not her fault. It's Jermaine's fault, as a matter of fact, where it is.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's
Let's hear what she says here.
Put this together so that it makes sense. I am telling you that these two podcasts ruined my relationship. I know I should have had the proof to show you guys. I have the proof now. Oh. So I'm going to just go right into it.
Okay. The guy got caught with his wife because he was sleeping in the car before he come in the house.
Like I said, that's how you decompress.
We need our decompressing moments.
We do.
We do. And I didn't realize how important that was.
Yeah, this one.
I just need to rest.
Do you want me to bring you something?
Peace and quiet.
Come inside, baby.
No.
Come on.
No. Just close the door, please. Just close the door.
Well, I'm going to come and sit next to you.
Oh.
What other keys can you brothers help the men out there with adapting and getting ready for such an adjustment?
Just get your own space, brothers. That's all.
Yeah.
Just carve your own space.
That's Mark. What about you, Ish? What advice you got for these brothers?
I'll second it.
All right, he seconded Mark. Freeze, how about you, man?
Third.
There was this woman, she's a wife, and she just had a camera, and she went outside, and her husband was sitting in the car after a long day at work, and they're sitting out here in the car. Then she knocked on the window. He's in the car sleeping. And he says, I'm tired. She says, why didn't you come out or come inside? He goes, I'm tired. I wanted some peace. I don't believe I could have got that in the house.
And thank you, Ryan Clark, for being the only person to consider my perspective in this whole scenario. Out of everyone speaking, he was the only one to take a second to say, what is she going through?
His old lady probably tired too. Yeah. Right? She in the house with the kids. She working off of maybe less sleep or as much sleep. She would probably like to sit outside as well and not have to deal with folks, but she ain't. And part of what she said too was like, she's like, do you need me to bring you something? Mm-hmm. So even in her feeling like you sleeping outside in the car, outside the house is somewhat disrespectful. I don't understand it. In that moment, she was able to pull back and say, but do you need something?
My man don't have social media, so he would have never seen the video that I posted of him sitting in the car.
Okay, so let me stop her right here. So as you can see what's going on here, she's blaming everybody else for her posting on the internet, right? So she posted the video. Now she's saying her husband doesn't have social media. He wouldn't seen the response from the two podcasts that she's blaming, telling that man and warning that man that you have a toxic wife. Now she's saying Ryan Clark stood up for her, which is not a surprise because I think Ryan Clark is a little bit of a Sambo, weak-kneed. I won't even describe him negatively. I don't respect Ryan Clark off the football field. All right. In terms of his opinions, he's a liberal black woman. All right. In terms of his opinions, and I don't get along with liberal people to begin with, certainly liberal women, and then certainly liberal black women. So he's a liberal black woman, and he's very much a victim. And I get what he's saying. And as a matter of fact, what Ryan Clark said, I even said in the video where I cut this particular promo. All right, I even said, well, from her perspective, this is what she sees. Now, that doesn't mean that the man can't decompress because she's in a position where she chose to be a mother or a stay-at-home mom and take that role. That's her problem. She has to solve that within her own marriage. That's the position she took. But of course, you can't please women. No matter what role you give them, they're going to complain about. So this is what I warned you about. Now she's even saying now, she posted it for a reason, and she's going to reveal she posted it for a reason where the husband wouldn't have been able to defend himself because he wouldn't have seen it, nor would he have seen a podcast. So let's let her take this part away right here, which is more egregious, which I call the court of public opinion.
And me trying to figure out why he ain't come in the house. But guess what he does watch? He watches those goddamn podcasts.
Yeah.
So then he hears them talking about the whole scenario of what we were doing, what we were going through. And guess what he's doing now? He's packing his shit to leave because these grown men wanted to come and talk about my relationship.
Oh, wait.
You gotta get my bag and run.
So here's what happens there. Now she's saying these grown men talking about my relationship. Now, it would have been okay when she would have posted it and she would have got all of the people in the court of public opinion to defend her and say, yeah, he's a man, he doesn't understand, you know, and she took it there for men and women to cape for her. But what happened was we picked up on it. He saw it and now said, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm being disrespected. I'm treated unfairly. Guys, when you're in your marriage, you're going to have this situation happen where when you're being fronted out by your wife or your spouse, maybe your girlfriend, to her family, to her church, ecclesiastically, and then they're coming back, shame on you, and you have no way to defend yourself. Well, the podcast bros are ready to help you. The podcast bros are here to defend you, and we're here to give you the real. All right. We always going to kick the real for you and not let you out here, leave you hanging, at least give you with some information to defend yourself. But now she's all mad.
Off of a video that's 1 minute long. You guys don't know what happens in my house. Okay. I posted that to give the two sides to the story.
What's two sides?
There's two sides.
What two sides?
Okay. It's not about a woman who nags her man and he can't come in. It's also the side about the woman who works her ass off.
Okay. No, that sounds still one-sided. All right. You were presenting one side. Remember, he doesn't have social media. He doesn't have Facebook. So you were presenting one side of the wife didn't have any help, but guess what? It backfired on you. And now you're saying the 1 minute video is not a synopsis of your relationship, but you put that 1 minute video out. All right. Don't blame me. And why are you out here with the nigga uniform, dookie rag, and a hoodie? All right. This is the lazy nigga uniform. All right. Come on, man. All right. If you're going to jump on the internet, at least put your face together and get your hair done. All right.
Okay. And just want to be supported. So thank you. Okay. Thank you for going on your podcast and discussing my relationship and ending it.
Good. All right. Good. Nigga. Hey, man. Hey, there's a silver lining in everything. That's what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope your relationship ends as a result of your own undoing here. And I do have some celebration music here somewhere. Congratulations. All right, everybody. We did our job. Never say CGA doesn't do a good thing. We're here to help. You abusive women in your relationships that tried to use the court of public opinion against that man and it backfired. Shout out to you. And
hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You are now a free agent.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, congratulations to you. And I think that's it. So we're going to go ahead and hit the outro. That is Straggle in Sniggle Theater. Let me see how I can do the outro.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin, the strong take. The poor complain, the rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Hey, shout out to the Coach Gang. Do me a favor, hit the like button, and we're back in the Desert Storm bunker for the people who like me here in studio. A lot better. It's better in the studio, I get it. But, I mean, you can't be mad at me, man. I'm trying to stream for you, and I be streaming at midnight over in Asia. Shout out to all my Linglings. All right, I miss y'all over there. My Linglings already messaging me saying they miss me. All right, and but they are also seeing other men while I'm gone. But, hey, that's neither here nor there. All right, they're seeing other guys while they're gone, and I'm seeing other girls while I'm back home. It's okay. We're all sharing each other. It's okay. Shout out to Taiwo Iggy. Taiwo Iggy or Ige. Shout out to him. He says, good morning, Coach. Great to have you back in the Desert Storm bunker. Hope you had a good time in Ling land. I'm about tired of Tony Gaskins talking about you. Jealousy and envy aren't masculine traits, yet he keeps showing them when he talks about you. Free agent lifestyle for life. What more can I say about Tony Gaskins? And remember, man, when I was a young social media budding star, a lot of these people that now have put their eyes and focus on the notorious one, Hollywood CGA, these were people who were titans in the industry who had a stranglehold on the industry. Derek Jackson, although he's not talking about me, it's only a matter of time. He kind of ruined his thing. But Derek Jackson's minions have tried to take shots at CGA. And guess what? They got, right? They got. Gotcha, bitch. And now Tony Gaskins is the latest one out here. Shout out to Mr. Travolta. Ecclesiastical Mitches are mad because they don't have a good offer for men. If the choice is Andrew Wilson's two-time baby mama ecclesiastical wife or that fine piece of calico you had in Costa Rica, it's clear what men would choose. They mad because they can't compete. And this is 100% undisputed facts. By the way, the women that are mad, they're mad because competition anxiety. Competition anxiety. So when you seen Claudia Jordan, her messages to me, that was competition anxiety. She was looking at it as, okay, I'm 52 years old and he's over there with women who are her age, dyslexia, 25. And now she's looking at it like, okay, he could be a guy potentially that would be a potential suitor for her, not necessarily for her, but she tried to put her bid in, but women like her. But he's over here in a good position with women that are 25. And so competition anxiety, women are literally, and also what competition anxiety does, it tells women that are involved with you where they land. And trust me, no women have backed away from me. No women have backed away from me like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I saw you on the internet with those young girls. All they did was just come up and be like, all right, I know where I'm at. All right, CGA doing his thing. And also CGA got the championship, Deke. So I'm going to just go ahead and keep messing with CGA. Now, does that mean they belong to me? No. And some of these women ain't even ecclesiastically getting paid. So, right, competition anxiety is real and Mitch anxiety is real. Most of what they have to offer, and you're right, Mr. Travolta, much of what they have to offer, they literally are offering you guys nothing. So that's why they mad. That's why they out here threatening my life. That's why they calling me names and pejoratives. That's why they're saying I'm ruining society. I'm the poster child of the destruction of society of males. I thought it was the incels. I thought it was the men not getting pussy. Wasn't it the men that weren't getting vagina? The destruction of society? They're going to destroy society, right? They're checking out of marriage and dating. They can't get women. I thought it was them, but now it's me. Oh, okay. All right. If I'm the poster child of destruction of marriage, I wear that badge proudly. All right. If you guys want to make me the poster child of that, just don't try to do nothing to me. All right. Because I do have some artillery here, some toolery and some foolery around this motherfucker, some thunder and lightning. All right. You going to catch one. Somebody going to get, never mind. Kaylin says, what's up, coach? He says, a woman with a slew of exes isn't to be trusted. She has to have done some cheating or lying herself. Do you think Taylor Swift is a good girl? She's getting married in her late 30s and won't pop out multiple kids. Women are not to be trusted. So I don't know, man. Taylor Swift, she is who she is. All right. I don't have an idea. I don't believe there's any good girls. Neither is, but I say Taylor Swift. She's actually known for getting, she gets around too. And by the way, everybody gets around. If people actually looked at my dating history, but I admit that I'll be out here. So you looked at my dating history, you'd be like, okay, he definitely ain't relationship material, right? Because I'll be out here, man. But another thing that happened is a lot of people who thought I was not out here being active, I wasn't touching grass. Now they're seeing it on the internet. They're like, oh, Lord, this nigga CGA. Now, here's the funny thing about it. Again, the hypocrisy of really you can't please people because in 1 minute, they're going to tell you can't get bitches. And then when they see you with women, then they're going to say you have a sex addiction. All right. This is going too far. You have an addiction. Or like, wait a minute. What you last week you were saying I couldn't get women. Last week you was like, you just ain't got no game. All right. Last week you was calling me a trick, but then I show you videos of me not tricking at all, having a good time with women. Now all of a sudden is, oh wait, all right, you got a problem. Like what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? You really can't win with society. So what I'm telling you as a man is live your damn life. Yep. Now I'm a lame. All right. Cause you got to be out here. Now it's one dude was like, you trying to prove something because you couldn't get women when you were younger. Okay. Do you want me to pull my file when I was younger? I mean, you don't want to keep doing this because you're going to look crazy. What you thought of me was wrong only because of what I told you. And only what I tell you is what you know. Now, I'm now on 50 Shades of Greg. I'm no longer on that I hate women or women this and dating is hard for men. I'm not on that shit no more. Rage baiting you. Trying to make black women look bad for your own reasons. Maybe because you're broke. I'm not on that anymore. I'm not on that. I was on that maybe 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 22. I started the boss up and getting to the boss up mentality. Then I was at the JUCO pretty much full time, more than I was normally dating. So I kind of was changing right in front of you. And then really it came out by 2025, 2024 that I was Hollywood CGA. Definitely a veteran at the JUCO at that point. So now I'm showing you 50 Shades of Greg. I'm showing you Hollywood CGA. I'm not on that shit no more. And I'm just still giving you advice on how to survive the marketplace that's not coming back to traditionalism. All right. The majority is not traditionalism. I mean, come on. Didn't you see what Black Lesbian Matters did? I mean, they really tore up the community with their propaganda and their cultural Marxism. Like, you guys are up shit's creek. I'm telling you in a variety of ways. But with that being said, you guys can get lucky out here. You guys can get lucky and get married and get a partner. It still can work for you if that's what you want. But to have women under your thumb and under your control that are going to be raising kids and staying at home, cooking and cleaning and not bothering you and all that, you ain't getting none of that at all. My man said got ghosted after being asked for a second date. No more dating for me. Anybody that is literally traditional dating, which I call normie dating, I don't even know what to tell you. You are literally wasting your time in a variety of ways. And I do have to understand is like there's people still attempting this because, that's all they can afford, or they still think it's going to work, or they still think, there's 1 in a million chance that they're going to find a stranger that nobody else has found and it's going to work out, or they're going to pair up with somebody, but what I say is eventually you're just going to settle. You're going to have dating fatigue and you're going to settle. And what will typically happen is you're going to settle with people who have more red flags than the Chinese Communist parade. All right. And then what will happen is give it time. It's going to work out. You're going to make it work. You're going to make it last. You're going to compromise and you're going to look the other way and you're going to overlook little things here and there, onesie twosies. And then eventually you'll have enough of this person. Or you'll stick it out and duke it out and fight it out. And it'll be a battle royale or Survivor Series. And you'll stick it out for as long as you can. And then you'll eventually just implode. But during this time, what I'm telling you is during this time, you could have avoided that, enjoyed your motherfucking life, put hands on hips here and there. You could have done the casual, occasional thing and then relaxed and took some trips, and you would be way past the people who have been in and out and in and out. All right, you wouldn't have taken no lumps. You wouldn't have got hit over the head. You wouldn't have been out here abused. You wouldn't have been in a toxic relationship. You would have avoided all of the bullshit. You wouldn't have become out of wedlock parent. You wouldn't have been put on child support. You wouldn't have got into a divorce. Like, you could have avoided it like I've doing. I've avoided it for the better part of 10 years. We're at the 10 years mark of the free agent lifestyle. All right, so shout out to the free agent lifestyle. We're at the 10-year mark. I haven't got into I haven't dated women in that mindset where I'm like, I'm going to make it work and I'm going to see if this is possible. I'm going to overlook these red flags. I'm going to make it work. We all have a past. You guys have done that in my 10 years. And you guys have watched me on and off for 10 years and been in and out of relationships and got thumped. All right. Y'all been out here taking L's, normie dating. I can't normie date. As much as y'all want me to normie date and be out here struggling with you niggas, I'm not. You're not going to get me back out here on the plantation, meeting a woman, cold approaching her in a bar or a restaurant or outside at Whole Foods, and then getting her number and then texting her and applying pressure and then getting back and forth, scheduling a date, getting confirmation, her moving the date, flaking, or showing up to the date with a job interview sitting across from me, trying to break the touch barrier, and then all of a sudden then trying to get her home on date 1, 2, or 3 to fuck, and then seeing where her hitting you up, well, where's this going? And then now you got other rotations, she got other rotation of niggas, and then y'all trying, bro, you're not getting me. You cannot drag me back to that bullshit. There's no pride in that for me. There's no way I'm going back. And then the ghost, the flake, then the whole all of that to get where, right? There's no pride in that. Anybody that prides himself on that is absolutely insane. It's like, there's no way you can drag me back to that. That's a waste of time. You know what I'm going to say? And I missed my prop here. I'm going to say I got $350. Who's next? I got about an hour and a half of free time. There's $350. I got 9 girls in my Rolodex. Who's up? Who can beat me on Tuesday night? All right. That's what I'm going to do. All right.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Anybody available Tuesday night? I am daddy. All right, here we go. Come through. Here's $350. See you next time. All right. And then she back at her house. I'm back in the studio editing. All right. I ain't got no time for that bullshit. I know dudes mad at me for this and they want to be like, it's tricky. We're going to get to that later. All right. But I'm like, bro, y'all wasting y'all time out here. Then y'all want her to submit. Then y'all want her to be like, want her to do things for little to no money back in return. You niggas don't reward her for good behavior. Then you expect her to do it because she's a woman and you're a man. A woman's supposed to. Let me tell you something. If you had a couple of $100 in your pocket, a woman gonna do just about any goddamn thing. All right, not every woman, but most women.
Okay, daddy.
All right, and most of the time, the woman you want.
I got money.
I don't got time, bro. And there's no shame in my game. But y'all can go out there and do it. All right, y'all can go out there and do it. Somebody said ain't nobody paying for used box, but you're gonna marry a woman with a used box. You're gonna date a woman with a used box. Like, make it make sense. You'll find dating her. You're fine hooking up with her. That's okay, though. All right, that's fine. That's fine going and running game on her and texting her and caking on her. It's cool to do that. Y'all gonna waste hours and hours and hours for a used box. And by the way, all of them got used box. All of these women got used box. So I don't know what you're talking about. There's no women out here with a pristine box. Y'all gonna marry these women and date them and get in relationships and claim these hoes and be on Facebook taking pictures, all right, and dating them and trying to run over to our house. Can we chill? All right, Netflix, but that's cool. You're gonna do that to the used box, spending hours and hours trying to get her to the goddamn crib, but you're not gonna pay. Okay, go for it. There's no pristine pussy out here, bro. And ain't no heart in the vagina. Y'all can keep living that dream. Keep living that dream. What is it? 7% are women claim to be virgins. 7% according to Google. AI, Chat GPT and Gemini and Claude AI. There's not y'all. There's no pristine box out here. Y'all all getting used box. And ladies, we like used box. I'm just letting you know. I'd rather have some used box than for some virgin box. All right, you know. I don't care really where it's been, to be honest with you, as long as it's clean. Ain't no pristine box out here. You ain't getting no pristine box. By the way, the last pristine box, I gave you the statistics on this one. After the woman turns 19, the chances are of her box not being pristine. Is that right? I don't know what that's, but I did a stream on this back in 2020. I looked at the data. The data tells us by about 19, they all fucked. They all have had sex by about 19. Now, there is the occasional small percent chance that she's past that and got the 22. But by that time, really, do you want a 22-year-old virgin? I mean, but by 19, it's over. All right, that ship is sailed. Even if they small town, big town, international, non-international, by 19, they all been plucked and used over and nutted on and jibbed. 19. I know you think that's too young, but 19 is literally the barrier. So your chances as a man for pristine box is to mess with women who are between 18 and 19. All right, that will probably get you a higher percentage chance of getting a woman that's untouched. And when I say a higher percentage, I don't mean there's a high percentage of women 18 and 19 that are untouched, but you have a higher percent chance of getting one that is untouched if you mess with women in that age. Now, then what you're going to tell me is that's too young. Well, hey, look. Man, I can't help you guys out here. I can't help you have it your way. I'm not Burger King. I can't help you have it your way. I can't be out here bringing Impossible Woman just for you, goofy ass nigga with the recessed chin and the beard that don't connect. I can't make the world the way you want it. Don't be mad at me that the world ain't the way you want it and I call the shit out. Well, there's a chance that I can't make it the way. Don't be mad at me that I'm telling you these realities. So if you missed it in college and you missed the one, because I had a couple of virgin women in college, my freshman year, women that ain't been touched, and you know, it was the first time. You could tell it was the first time by how she was acting. All right. And you didn't open it up and she didn't smelled up the whole back seat of the car. And you were like, God damn, this thing ain't been opened up yet. All right. But that was like freshman year in college. Once you get past junior year in college, trust me, bro, it's about being it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Shout out to Macaroni Tony. We don't care if you streaming from hut number 5 in Timbuktu. It's for life out here. Okay? For life. It's for life out here. And shout out to our brother here, the Black Suburban Dad. He says, yesterday, my Juco showed up with a hickey from her baby daddy, a.k.a. her boyfriend. She showed me pictures and we compared how her daughter looks like him and laughed. I painted her face and then she went home to paint Easter eggs with her daughter. This is an evil world. It's an evil world out here. Brother, how you make it get down. It's an evil world we live in. Where's my sound effect for that? I'm learning as the show goes. But yes, it works like that. It works like that. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
Hey, man. Women do some strange things, but hey, listen. I'm not here to fix you ladies. One thing you guys got to understand is I'm not here to fix society. I don't have an onus to make a world a better place. I'm not Tevin Campbell. If we make the world a better place, if we do this, if we do that. Now, the reason why, I'm going to tell you the reason why. There's a reason why. It's because this is why. The reason why I don't have an onus like Tony Gaskins or Ecclesiastical Andrew Wilson or Hafiz or any of these Christians, Boyce Watkins, or any of these people. The reason why is because when they do that to you, I want you to understand this. When they put the onus on you, you're most of the time the only person that is going to do it because they shame you. All right, if you did this and you did this and you use your platform for that, well, you're going to find that you're the only one playing that game. You're going to find that husbands are cheating on their wives. Wives are cheating on their husbands. One or the other. You're going to find that people are out here slutting out and making sluts. People are out here buying pussy and tricking when they go overseas. People are out here doing the bullshit. Even the people that are telling you to do it are cheating the system. And then meanwhile, they gonna make me out here playing it fair. And I'm the only one getting played. I'm the only one playing it fair, and I'm getting played. I'm getting played by everybody because I'm trying to play it fair and square based on what a person presents. Now, we know these people got skeletons in their closet too, and they're not playing it fair. So I say, why should I play it fair when y'all niggas out here cheating the system? I'm not going to be the only one playing it fair and being shamed into playing it fair. So I'm not going to do it. No. Like, look, you do it first, nigga. Same time. You do it first. Show me first. And show everybody else that you got everybody else on board. Similar to the black community. Let everybody in the black community do it first before I do it. But what you ain't going to do is make me do it first. And all of y'all still out here doing a stanky leg, shooting up people, robbing people, right? Doing all this crazy shit. Yeah, all right. Now playing a whole street game, changing the rules up for you to suit you in the situations, moving the goalposts around. Nope. Don't make me play it the right way and shame me and then figure out y'all out here cheating the system. So it ain't gonna be me. Enigma WPG says, Coach, with what little money I have, please tell me why Philippines over Thailand, thicker women? Nah, I don't like thick women. I mean, it's not that I don't like them, but I'm not going to change my world up because a woman got excessive feminine body fat. It's nice and all, but he says, but crazy typhoons and brownouts. Maybe you met Teresa, but seriously, why? The Philippines is more super, like the Thailand is a party. Like, you know, you're going to be distracted by that. So I don't want to be distracted by that. I want to go to a party. I can go to Thailand from the Philippines, but I don't want to be around that all the time. It's not that you have to, but it's just ever present. Where in the Philippines, it's kind of a lot more hidden than Thailand. All right, that's why I can actually live a normal life. Thailand, I'm going to just be out here like, God damn. At least for the first 2 years until I run out of money. QD Exec says, welcome back, Coach. Real niggies are not listening to anything that mealy mouth Bama has to say. Keep killing it and smoking cigars ecclesiastically. Shout out to you. And they hate it. They hate it. Shout out to Steve Moore. Shout out to you on the Money Mindset. Says, if you have to wait a whole week to comment on someone's video, it tells me you're afraid of people pointing out obvious flaws in your argument. Tony Gaskins is obsessed with you and keeps dropping videos, but his beehive says Coach is the hurt one. Right? I did my one Tony Gaskins video. By the way, it has combined just as many views as all of his videos. Like my one video has as many views as all of his videos about me combined. I went over there and looked, and he got 3.2K views, right? And he had and much of his views are people like my people going over there and him putting on subscriber only comment. Right. So my people can't go over there and comment unless they subscribe or are a member to his platform. So he's using my name. I don't have to bring his name up anymore because I won the argument. All right, I don't need views off of him. He needs views off of me. C. Shaw says that lame ass D Sharp uses AI to call into his shows. He gives the AI dating advice since nobody watches his BS. By the way, the rose glasses makes you OP. I don't know what the OP means. Maybe somebody can help me out there. But shout out to Donovan Sharp. I haven't watched his shows in a minute. I don't know anything about him using AI. All right, but that's crazy. All right. Shout out to our brother. Oh, so amazing says your speech at the 21 convention breaking down the silent contract was very impactful to me. I was ill-equipped for most of my relationship and realized the silent contract was the silent killer. Shout out to you. OP is overpowered. Thank you. But the silent contract, when you understand that, and many people who know Angry Man will tell you about the silent contract. Kevin Samuels, I believe, maybe had discussed this, the silent contract. The silent contract is broken. All right. The silent contract is written in invisible ink. The silent contract is a goalpost mover. All right. The silent contract, you guys don't know what you're agreeing to. And then what you think you're agreeing to, you're not going to get. So what they'll do is they'll violate the silent contract by just saying that, well, you're a man and just man up. So watch out for this particular thing. Know that just what you're agreeing with when you're getting into relationships. Let me do 3 more and we'll get on with the show. Shout out to Black Bosses in the building. We're going to go ahead and give him a boss up, nigga. All right, shout out to you. And Offset says the money mindset was really has really got me back on my grind. I hit a milestone today, 500 subscribers. Congratulations. Now I'm locking in to hit over 3,000 watch hours. And my goal is to upload 100 videos this year. Money Mindset has seriously change your life. All right, shout out to you. And that's a co-sponsorship from our brother here, Offset. The Money Mindset is legit. I'm rich, bitch. The Money Mindset is legit. Shout out to you right there. All right. Congratulations on that. Keep it going. Keep it going. You're almost there. And D Will says, appreciate you, coach. It's free agent lifestyle or life. Shout out to you, man. Let's get back to this part of the show. We have Crime and Law CGA. This is some very, very needed commentary here on Crime and Law CGA. Do I have an intro for Crime and Law CGA? I used to, but yeah, let's do it. Crime and Law CGA right here. Hey man, we got a good crime and law segment. This stuff happened this past weekend, and I don't know if you know, white people, stay tuned. White people, this is going to be difficult to digest, all right? Because there's going to be a lot of nigga shit here that I'm going to have to cover, and some of you guys are going to be out of the loop. Press 1 if you're a white person watching this show. All right, you're welcome to this show. Everybody's welcome to my show. White people, black people, women, men, all right? Tony Gaskin's Gay Patrol. If y'all want to be here too, all right, we don't chase people off of our show. All right, but if you white, we welcome you in here too. We're not a Black Manosphere channel. We're literally just a show for everybody. We're the best show here. So white people, bear with me. We're going to clear this shit up for you. You're not going to understand a lot of what I'm talking about. You're not going to understand and recognize the characters that we're going to bring up in this part of the show. But white folks, I promise you, I will translate this nigga shit that you're about to hear. Crime and Law CGA, we have a rapper named Pooh Shiesty. All right. Trust me, I don't know these people. I've heard of them, but trust me, the shit's gonna make sense when I clear the shit up. A rapper named Pooh Shiesty allegedly robbed at some point this year another rapper named Gucci Mane. Follow me. There's going to be a lot of names here that you're going to go, wow. All right. Yes. Very fitting to the story. So Gucci Mane, who's well known, he's been around for a long time, apparently owns a record label. I had no idea. All right. But shout out to Gucci Mane. The only really song I know him on was that song he was on with Mario. All right. Listen, I'm not really too much into the culture. All right. But that's the only thing. And I love him on that song. But Gucci Mane, apparently there's a new Gucci Mane, the Gucci Mane that came out and he apparently was cloned. All right. There's a lot of nigga shit that I'm learning here. He's been cloned after he came out of the pen. He had a girl that held him down and she became richer. And now every nigga wants a relationship with a woman like a Gucci Mane. Like when they talk about in the nigga community that there's a woman like Gucci Mane's wife that held him down and made him richer. Apparently this is the poster child of what niggas look for in relationships down in the South. There's a lot of going on here, all right? But I got to cover this story, all right? Apparently, everybody wants a girl like Gucci Mane's girl. I mean, I really want to look what Gucci Mane's girl look like, but I can't only imagine what Gucci Mane's girl looks like. His name is Gucci Mane. All right, come on, brothers. The shit is already outrageous. The story is already outrageous, but apparently, to break down the story, the rapper named Pooh Shiesty, who, follow me, Pooh Shiesty is the name of the ski mask that nigga kids wear, and now Puerto Ricans and Mexican people wear. The ski mask, I call it a ski mask. The mask that people wear around the cities, robbing people, and sometimes they just wear it. Gen Z wears that hip hop wear. The mask that they wear is named after the man that we're going to discuss, Pooh Shiesty. All right, now I call them Pookie Shiesty masks, but you see how these two people are entered into the lexicon and the culture. So the mask Pooh Shiesty is named after this rapper Pookie Shiesty. I mean, well, let me just start by saying this. Nigga shit, 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 nigga shit. White people, this is going to make sense in a minute. All right, and suburban black people, this is going to make sense. I know you guys have a toe in the culture. I know you guys know this story, but it gets worse than this. It gets worse than this. But we got Pooh Shiesty, Gucci Mane. Gucci Mane's wife is the poster child of how niggas look for wives. All right. And apparently these two people were friends and label mates, or at least one person owned the label and the other person was in jail, just got released from jail, and allegedly robbed the owner of the record label, Gucci Mane. Oh my goodness. I can't keep up with this fucking story. All right. And it gets worse than this. So let's take you to a video here that might describe what's going on here. All right. But apparently this is big news in the black community. All right. This is a big story in the black community. All right. So let's hear this story here. Apparently we have some very educated scholars here that we need to report on.
We'll decide if men charged in alleged kidnapping and robbery involving Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty will be released pending trial.
Gucci Mane.
The factors that the judge will consider include criminal history, flight risk, and whether they have means to pay their bail. Fox 13's investigative reporter Kayla Solomon joins us live from federal court downtown. Kayla, that hearing, in fact, just wrapped up.
Wow.
Darcy, is actually still going on, heading into hour 4 at this point. But we were able to get a bond assigned for Lontrell Williams Sr., the father of Pooh Shiesty. The judge ultimately decided she's going to assign him a home incarceration, which she says is the strictest bond she can assign outside of giving him or granting him into federal custody. She said the only time he is allowed to leave his home is to attend his court dates in Dallas, where this case will ultimately be tried. And she said he'll be under electronic monitoring while this all plays out. Now, today was supposed to be a detention hearing for 4 of the 5 defendants who are being held in federal custody in Memphis. They're listed as co-conspirators in an alleged kidnapping and robbery that happened in Dallas back in January. Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty, his dad, and other men are accused of kidnapping.
Okay, so Pooh Shiesty, apparently Pooh Shiesty is the guy in the upper left-hand corner of your screen there, face tattoo. Also, Gucci Mane, who's the victim, alleged victim in this case, also has a face tattoo. This is not a surprise. All right, but the guy in the middle, top middle row is Pooh Shiesty's dad, father of the year. Pooh Shiesty's dad here. Apparently, he's the one going to have the ankle monitor, the second guy that's going to have the ankle monitor, because oddly enough, Pooh Shiesty, allegedly, who just got out of prison for another crime, hasn't had an ankle monitor on when the alleged robbery occurred. I mean, brothers,
the real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
All right, so Pooh Shiesty Jr. had an ankle monitor on when the alleged robbery went on, and now Pooh Shiesty Sr. is going to be wearing an ankle monitor after the feds have arrested him.
The real problem is niggerism. Right. That's the real problem.
So let's continue. I know this is going to make sense here. I'm going to go to another video here because this white man is going to lay this out in white man's lingo. So now here he is right here. This is a federal prosecutor here, probably a district attorney or some shit like that. All right. Who's going to lay out the Justice Department case on this one here, but we have some new details on this particular case. This is him laying out the charges here. Hang on here.
I'm Ryan Rabel. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Thank you for coming. This week, 9 individuals, including well-known musical artists, kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas.
Jesus.
8 of the 9 were arrested yesterday in Dallas, Memphis, and Nashville. These individuals who are charged and arrested include Lontrell Williams Jr., also known as Pooh Shiesty.
Okay.
Lontrell Williams Sr.
Yep.
Rodney Wright Jr., also known as Big 30.
Oh, Big 30. Okay. All right. We got Big 30, Pooh Shiesty Jr. and Sr. and Gucci Mane. These all sound like, I guess, you know, I mean, the Italian mob had this shit going on back in the 30s and 40s. You know, they had like the Nose and Jimmy the Chin. You know, they had the same ignorant shit going on. So, you know, now we have Big 30 and Pooh Shiesty and Pooh Shiesty Sr. and ankle monitors and Gucci Mane. Hang tight. He's going to clear it up. We got more co-conspirators here.
Kadarius Waters, Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover,
Jesus,
Corday Johnson,
Darian
McDaniel, and Terrence Rogers has not been arrested yet, but will be soon.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
So Kadarius, Demarius, Demetrius, Quadarius. Let me get these names here. All right, I got to get the names here. And then we have the pictures here. This about sums it up. All right. I mean, what more do we need? I talked about this last month, that these one-way prison sentences, these names. I mean, there was nothing else they were going to be doing but going to prison or playing somewhere as a cornerback for the New York Jets. I mean, there's not much more you were going to be with those names. All right. A criminal co-conspirator or a cornerback for the New York Jets. I mean, that's pretty much it. There was nowhere else in life. Maybe a rapper, all right, Big 30 or something like this. But the names by itself should have been an indicator or a dead giveaway that you could possibly land on a co-conspirator charge. All right. I don't know where Glocktavius is and Trayvon and Trey Marcus and Jalen. All right. They managed to escape the scene here. But yeah, that's pretty much what you were going to deal with here. Let's go ahead and go back to the video to hear what these white people have on these people here allegedly related to this case. There's a lot of niggerism going on here, but let's continue.
The complaint alleges that on January 10th of this year, 3 music industry professionals traveled to Dallas for a scheduled business meeting. Lontrell Williams Jr. arranged this meeting purportedly to discuss the terms of his recording contract with one of the victims.
Okay. I'm following you.
As alleged, once these 3 men were inside the recording studio, Williams Jr. and 8 co-conspirators, several of whom traveled from Memphis, Tennessee, executed a coordinated armed takeover.
Allegedly.
As alleged, Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol and forced one of the victims to sign a release from the recording contract at gunpoint.
Now, this is not new information for the recording industry, specifically the hip-hop community. This is not new. They have assumed that Eazy-E, Eric Wright from NWA, actually faced the same situation with Suge Knight. They're alleging that happened. Eazy-E alleged that happened. Also with Ice Cube and his record label. When he was with the record label, I can't remember what Profile Records or one of them, Priority Records. Allegedly, he went in with baseball bats and did the same thing. Niggas are emotional, you know what I mean? So they only know one way to carry it out, and that's by brute force or orangutan strength or some shit like that, or stealing shit. You know what I mean? They don't realize that these are Jewish executives, signing them to these deals, and the black man sometimes plays along with it. Gucci Man allegedly signing them to a poor deal. I don't know anything about it, but that's business. All right. But you then bring strong arm robbery to business, and well, you get arrested. Right. You get arrested. Not a surprise here. And of course, there's an update on this case, and we're going to get into the crux of the problem here. But there's an update on this case. Apparently, the case is not strong. All right. They do have surveillance video. Remember, this situation happened in January. We're now in April. They are just arresting these people here related to this. And they're allegedly arresting the people based on eyewitness testimony. I mean, we don't have all the details yet, but people are now saying that the case is not very strong, and they're leaning on eyewitness testimony to seal the deal for these co-conspirators. Now, here's where the problem lies, and you guys get it. White people, do you understand where we are right now? We need a Venn diagram. Everybody got it? Suburban black people. All right, y'all got it. All right, people outside of Memphis and Dallas, you understand where we are now? Now, here's where we are. Here's the crux of the problem. And I've been calling this problem out for quite a long time. The immaturity and the stunted growth and the delayed adolescence of the black community always seems to protect these pookies with the identity of what you should do in the streets. Now, this is a business deal. There's contracts, legalities. There were people representing a business interest on one side, and you had a business interest on another side. But because these people come from street-oriented communities, or there's street politics and business, well, you can't bring the streets to business. So what happens is, because they're overly emotional and they wanted to bring streets to the business meeting, they end up getting arrested, and rightly so, because you can't do that in business. You got to fight it out in the courts. You got to fight it out. You got to read language. You got to read contracts. You have to have representation to make sure you're not getting swayed. Now, I don't know the deals with both of the people here, but you can't just rob people. And typically, because niggas rob other niggas, like if these were Jewish executives, nobody's going to really do this. All right, they're going to do it because Gucci Mane represents the interests of the record label. Now, if this was a Jewish record owner, they wouldn't have went in there and robbed them with 8 people, because they would have known they would have been in prison for life. And they hope that Gucci Mane upheld the policies of street politics, which street politics says Gucci Mane can't snitch. Okay. Now, here's the problem. Gucci Mane is like, how old is Gucci Mane? 50? 47? He's got to be in his 40s. Okay. Gucci Mane age. Gucci Mane is 46 years old. He's almost 50. All right. He's going to be 50 years old. I'm assuming he came from the streets. I'm assuming he rapped about the streets. I'm assuming that's what made him who he was, but that probably was when he was in his 20s, maybe his 20s, late 20s, 30s. He's now 46 years old. I'm pretty sure he has kids. He's been in the pen. He's been locked up. He's back out. He's focused on his business. He has no business trying to keep up and uphold street politics, especially at the age of 40s. Now, I don't understand people in their 40s and 50s still talking about what people should do in the streets. What they're telling me in the streets, what they're telling me in the community is that when Pooh Shiesty did this to Gucci Mane was supposed to respond with thunder and lightning. Okay. Right. He was supposed to say, oh, you strong arm robbed us. Well, we gonna strong arm rob you. We gonna shoot you up. We gonna threaten you. So Gucci Mane at 46 with a family and kids and a wife was supposed to, according to the streets, not go to the feds, not identify these co-conspirators. He was supposed to do street politics and handle this in the streets. He was not supposed to snitch, which I've been telling you has been a problem. These old head ass niggas running around here still telling us what we're supposed to do in the streets. When we got families and friends, we got business contracts, real estate. You guys are telling me what we're supposed to do in the streets. Same thing with this whole tricking thing. Bro, I'm not 20 years old, nigga. Right? Well, this is tricking. And P rules, this is all street nigga shit that doesn't apply to grown ass people. Now, you can keep doing that shit, but I don't uphold street laws and street politics. I have nothing to do with the streets. I don't even want to be around street niggas. All right. I don't even want to be around it. And I don't care about what happens in the streets. The streets are dead to me, and they've been dead to me for a better part of 30 years. I don't know anything going on in the streets. All right. I got people that are in the streets that I can talk to. All right. But I don't know anything about the streets and uphold street politics. Neither should Gucci Mane. Gucci Mane's almost 50 years old. He's in a better place in life. He's a record label executive, allegedly. And what does he have to do with snitching? He don't care about snitching. Now, here's going to be where the problem is. And we've seen this over and over. We've seen this with Young Slime. We've seen this with the Young Thug. And we've seen this with Gunna. We've seen this with a bunch of other people recently, where they're like, oh, he's snitching. He's not supposed to snitch. And we're supposed to uphold that. And we're going to look at paperwork and who said what. When we're literally talking about freedom here, we're talking about grown ass people. We're talking about millionaires. We're talking about you're telling millionaire people who have got out of the hood to uphold street politics to protect criminals, which I don't understand. Like, how are you supposed to be a grown ass man and elevate yourself out of these community, when the community is trying to tell you you're supposed to crash out? Gucci Mane's supposed to crash out on Pooh Shiesty. And all the 8 co-conspirators, he's supposed to gun them down in the middle of the street to uphold street politics. He's not supposed to run to the feds, or he's supposed to take that L. He's supposed to be like, oh, I got robbed. All right, yeah, you know, I gave up my business interest into my record, you know, the guy that's on my record label. Fuck it. He's supposed to set that precedent, get robbed. What is he supposed to do? He's not supposed to snitch. Now, here's where the problem lies again. And the streets need to die. All right, this whole street code and these thugs and these hoodlums and all of these people that say this is black culture and hip hop culture. No, it's not. It's ignorant shit. It has nothing to do with the business interests that these two men had. There's no such thing as not snitching. All right. In this situation, he's supposed to snitch, even though Gucci Mane at one point represented the street culture. All right. But no, he's supposed to snitch on these niggas. He's supposed to tell. Now, this is where the problem lies. And this is where the Fed's going to have a problem. Is because Gucci Mane has a tough choice. He has a tough choice to make, because if in fact they don't have a case, he has to decide if he's going to actually have to take the stand against all of them niggas. All right. Which is a problem for people who keep upholding this street bullshit. Apparently, what they're saying now, they're saying that they don't have video of all of the surveillance they have. Then they surveil these people. They use license plate technology. They used Walmart. They went to, they raided these men's house. They did not find all of the evidence allegedly that they needed to bury specifically Pooh Shiesty. So with that being said, they need Gucci Mane to jump on the stand. They may need Gucci Mane to jump on the stand and point them niggas out like Hulk Hogan. All right. Which is going to be a problem because Gucci Mane now is going to say, well, who do I represent here in this case? Do I represent the street hip hop culture or do I represent the business interests for myself? And do I want to protect myself against these loose cannon ass niggas? All right. It's going to be a problem. And then now he has to now risk losing credibility in a community that he is, represented for a better part of 2 decades. So now he's got to go on the stand and snitch on Kadarius, Dontravius, Glocktavius, and all of them and point them out and said, I was victimized by these people, and which then is going to be a problem too. But I don't understand to this day why people keep upholding these street mindsets for grown, mature people. Tricking, snitching, all of these things don't matter to people who are grown, all right, and got other shit to do than worrying about living up to the expectations of losers. These people here apparently were willing to throw their lives away for wristwatches, and someone allegedly got choked and had some sort of abrasions, probably got choked until they were about to pass out, according to the prosecutors here in the case. These are allegations happening here. And according to the pictures that I'm looking at here, it wouldn't be a surprise that they actually committed these particular crimes. But everyone's innocent until proven guilty. But why would they crash out like this? And allegedly, they were supposed to be wearing some of these trinkets on social media after the robbery again. But I'm not supposed to snitch.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
But I'm not supposed to snitch on them. They're snitching on themselves. The guy has an ankle monitor committing the crime. He's snitching on himself. The guy's on surveillance video snitching on himself. He's got his father at the scene. His father's out here doing the crime with him, allegedly. Then they're on social media wearing the wristwatches and bracelets on social media. But I'm supposed to not snitch. I'm supposed to keep it in and take that L. Or I'm supposed to crash out and risk losing my millions that I worked hard for over 2 decades to get myself in the position that I'm in. Like, what is going on? I don't understand. Oh, I didn't press the button on that. I don't get it. You're grown, y'all. Y'all. I'll stop it. All right. People are going to get offended. We're grown ass men. I don't have time to worry about what people in the street think about me. Pimps, hustlers, P's, drug dealers, scammers, robbers, thugs, Pooh Shiesty. Who cares about what these people think? They're lame and they're willing to throw their life away for very little in return. All right. They allegedly stole some watches. What were they going to do? Pawn them? I mean, you're stealing wristwatches. What are you going to do? You're going to fly to New York, catch a cab back to Dallas, right? Or Memphis, just to hide the fact that you pawned off somebody's watch that can be literally identified once you get over to New York. What are y'all doing, man? What are y'all doing? Street politics need to die, and we have to, as a community, not we, y'all, because I'm not in that community. Y'all keep doing this shit and setting y'all niggas back 150 years, but that's neither here nor there. The idea of street running the black community needs to die. And it's lame. And these are the people calling you lame on the internet. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the internet. Just let me pull this up. These people calling you a lame on the internet. I just want to clear this up. These are the people saying that they're P's and we follow this and they have the ism and, they was thugs and we was rough and we gonna chase the fade. Crash out niggas. Crash out bandicoot. These are the people calling you lame on the internet. And not only that, people who look up to these people call you lame on the internet. These are the people calling you corny, a nerd, a geek in the comment sections on the internet. These are called the people I call calling you fake and fugazi. Crash Bandicoot. So all the people in this case are really interesting people here. I don't really have a dog in the fight related to this. My fight is the fact that you guys are willing to lose your life and set yourself back decades to uphold politics that don't benefit you. Trying to prove a point to losers, to people who are willing to go face decades in prison. If not decades, at least all of these people are held behind bars currently, and they've been in the pen for what, a whole weekend? I don't know if you guys know, being in jail is not it, right? But some people might think that's a second home. But why do you keep upholding these standards to grown people who don't have, like, I literally was never in the streets. And anybody that jumps on the internet and say they were in the streets to try to get credibility, I don't know even why you would do that, especially if you don't have no receipts that you were in said streets. Now, if you got receipts that you were in these streets and you got paperwork and documentation, I suppose then there's a little bit of credibility that I can lend to you. But trust me, I've been around. I grew up in Southern California in some areas where there were dangerous elements, and I've seen people in the streets do dumb shit. All right, I never looked up to them. I never thought that they were credible people. And now doesn't mean that I wasn't scared of them niggas, meaning that I didn't, like, when I was around, I was like, oh shit. All right, these niggas could crash out any moment, meaning that I was not scared of them, but I was just scared of what they would do in any circumstances. So what I would do is try to not find myself around these niggas. Then eventually my mother moved me away from these niggas, and it was a smart decision. I was like, okay, yeah, life is good not around these niggas. Okay, so I then grew up and matured enough to know that that's not a good place to be. And I hope you as a young man that are listening to me realizes this. This is not a good way to be. It's not a good way to live, and there's no loyalty amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no loyalty amongst criminals, meaning that if criminals are upholding street politics, it only benefits them, not you. You shouldn't care about a grown-ass man snitching on criminals. You shouldn't care about that. Now, if you're a criminal, then you should care about it. If you're committing crimes against people, even street people, then I would say you care about it. But you shouldn't be trying to uphold these standards expecting Gucci Mane not to snitch. Now, I would be shocked if he got on the stand. With that being said, it's a lose-lose situation, because if he doesn't get on the stand, then these people are free. Now, we know there's a negative blood and beef between these people. So could they violate him again if they know that he's not going to tell and snitch? Yes, that's what he risks losing. Also, these men are already willing to crash out on you. What's to say that they won't crash out on you again if you don't snitch? Now, if you do jump up there on the stand and testimony, then you risk losing credibility with the losers that you built your fan base on, which is a very big problem. Okay. So now nobody's going to want to rap on your record label. Now you're going to be labeled a snitch, a rat, a fed, or whatever it is, the police. Like, this is a major problem. This is a major, major problem. But again, like I said, some of you people need to really alienate yourself from this community. This is not culture. This is not community. This is not anything that you should look up to, nor should you worry about a grown-ass man snitching. In fact, if you're a grown-ass man and you've been violated, the first thing you should do is call the motherfucking police. All right? You should be calling the police. You should be going to the feds. All right. If some dude come up there and run up in there and choke you and steal your bracelets and watches and then, you know, allegedly hold you at gunpoint and block the door. Right. First thing I'm going to do is, if I stay alive, which of course, then that is another problem. Niggas going to kill you if they know you're going to snitch. So then you have another problem. Well, again, like I said, stop being hood adjacent. Stop running streets politics, man. Let these people worry about you tricking and snitching and all that. Let them losers die alone and die slow. You as a grown-ass man have to do what you have to do. All right. Not impress these people. You don't have to impress these people. These are people that you shouldn't impress. All right. They're going to go to prison at some point. I mean, take a look at these pictures, bro. Whew. All right. Look at these pictures, bro. I mean, even the father in this case. Look at dad. Dad looks rough. All right. I don't know the criminal record of father. Papa, 5'8", by the way, 5'9". Okay. Little niggas, man. I don't know the history of, but look at dad. Golly. He's seen some rough years in his life. And let me look up his age. When you guys call me an old man, I guarantee you this man is probably not that much older than me. Okay, let me see what his name is. It's Pooh Shiesty's dad, age. Father's age. He's probably in his 50s. They say he's 50. He's literally 50 years old. Okay, so this guy's the same age as me. Lord have mercy. He's the same age as me. Now look at me and look. Okay, let's do this real live. Look at me and look at him. Look what that life does to you, bro. It literally ages you out. It makes you look like death. Trying to hide in these motherfucking streets, hiding from the police, doing crimes. We the same age. Look at me. Look at me and look at him. Yeah, I got a full gray beard and I look younger than him. Somebody said he's a Fed informant. Is he an informant too? Pooh Shiesty has been an informant. Oh, Lord. Well, there's something to be said about that. So now that you guys are telling me Pooh Shiesty is an informant too, which is a whole nother thing. All right. That brings another element to the whole thing here. I don't know if people are aware of that. And if he's an informant and the father's an informant, it just goes to show you that a lot of these men in the hood who claim that they're a part of the streets are definitely informants. All right. Where do you think the police gets their information from? Holy mackerel. So he's an informant too. Man, guys, don't do drugs. All right. Don't be out here living the streets. Take a look at these people, man. This man is 50 years old. This man is 50. I mean, that's a couple too many 40 ounces out here, bro. That's too much weed. That's too much scissor. All right. I mean, come on, man. This is bad news. Don't do the boozing and the weed. It ages you. Don't be out here in the street. It ages you. All right. So let's do the next story here. Crime and Law CGA, another situation here. We have Deontay Wilder, who is his manager, is part of the coach gang, or at least he knows of me. He's aware of me. I met him when we were in the suites in the Las Vegas Raiders game. I was able to see him with his new girl, and apparently, shout out to Deontay Wilder, he won his boxing match this past weekend. He's back. He's got a winning streak. Apparently, he's looking for Anthony Joshua. We might see a finally showdown of Anthony Joshua here. So what do we have here? We have Deontay Wilder on Crime and Law CGA telling a very wild story about how his baby mama, who I believe was his fiance, who literally got rid of him. All right, after he lost 4 out of 5 fights. All right, now he's showing better signs of recovery here. Deontay Wilder does a wild show on this guy's show. What's his name? You guys know him. Piers Morgan. Y'all been calling him a cuck. Deontay Wilder says his baby mama did this to have a baby on him. Here we go.
Mother didn't. Her mother tried to set me up to have the baby. You know, she ejected my sperm in her and ran in the bathroom and locked the door. And that's how we had her.
Really?
Yeah. She don't even know I know this.
Wow.
But I'm telling it on to the world.
How do you know that?
I'm smart. You know, when I came, I used to come on her stomach. Fold my towel nicely by the bed because I would want to wipe it off of her stomach. This particular time, she chose that she wanted to have a baby by me because I was the best thing that ever came into her life. Most of her relationships only last for 2 months or whatever because she was a promiscuous woman. I didn't know it at the time. I only found out this thing by reading her journal. She didn't know that I read her journal either. I did what I do. I had a good nut and I nutted on her stomach. This time I went and got the towel and tried to wipe it off. She hit my hand so hard, I thought she hit my hand like a home run, like a baseball player do a baseball bat. But she screamed, "No!" as if she was being raped. She got up so quickly and ran into the bathroom and locked the door. 2 weeks later, she was pregnant with my daughter.
What?
But her
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
Man, I can't call it. I can't call it, bruh. Whose side I'm supposed to be on? What's going on here, man? So, to clear this up, this guy apparently says that, and he's very descriptive of, am I this descriptive? It sounds better when I talk about it. This is quite embarrassing. All right. But apparently he used to just let her off on her stomach, roar. And she would just wipe it up. I can understand the scene here. I get it. But apparently this time she wanted to take the turkey baster and put it inside of her. You didn't bust in her. And you did the pull out method, Roski. And then she went into the bathroom one time. And then she came out 2 weeks later pregnant. 2 weeks later. The math ain't mathing. 2 weeks later. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. I'm letting you know, gentlemen. I've been around this block. I got experience. It does not happen that fast. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant. You better get a DNA test on all them kids. All right. Shout out to Old Dirty Bastard. You better get a DNA test. And look at how Piers Morgan's looking at this nigga. Nigga shit. 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 Yeah, bro. Do you have a DNA test on these babies? Because you said she was a promiscuous. I get it, man. Promiscuous is hard to pronounce. I even have trouble saying promiscuous. All right. She was promiscuous, according to, you look through her phone. This is millionaire. Guys, these are millionaires doing this. You guys think that you're going to beat this? This guy's a millionaire. And he's got to look through a journal of a woman who has a history of having fractured relationships. She's Owen. She has used box. All right. You guys saying you're not going to pay for used box. Well, he was. He literally uplifted her, and she had no experience having relationships that lasted more than 2 weeks or 2 months, according to him. And now he's looking through her diary, her journal, and then she ends up pregnant after 2 weeks after wiping DNA, semen, specimen into her vagina, allegedly. And you think you got a shot out here? Y'all think y'all got a shot? All right. I don't even know what baby mama he's discussing or describing, but I've talked about him and his fiance. And I told you that when he was fighting the one guy, the white guy, the European guy, the gypsy guy, I said that when he was had his head in her lap, when he was in the locker room, I was like, he fixing to lose. His career is over. And then when he lost, I was like, she about to leave him. I said that then and there. And we already know what happened. That was a fact. And she went in and ditched him after he lost 3 out of 4 fights or 4 out of 5 fights, which is not a surprise. That's what people have to deal with. But apparently now he's out here, Tyson Fury, the gypsy. And now we have this story. But gentlemen, really, you have to really understand who you're dealing with. You can't turn hoes into housewife. Let these hoes be hoes. He could have left her be on the hoe train. Okay, but he then tried to make her a wife because, looks. We've all been there and done that. But now she's supposedly knocked up in 2 weeks and said it's your baby. And then, if I'm not mistaken, he was a stepdad. I might have this wrong. He was a stepdad to another one of her children. I might have this wrong, but I remember talking about the story a few times. But he also was a stepdad to one of the kids too. Brother, how you make it get down? Golly. I can't protect you guys out here. I cannot protect you. All I can do is give you the game. I'm correct. So he was a stepdaddy. I'm just kind of remembering these stories that I report on. So he was a stepdad to 1 or 2 kids, and then she had another kid in 2 weeks of stealing your sperm. I mean, gentlemen, we gotta y'all some, and then y'all mad at me. Why are y'all mad at me out here, bro? I'm just trying to survive and not deal with the bullshit out here. But do me a favor, man. Hit the like button. We're going to transition into the next segment. But we got to acknowledge some contributors to today's show. All right. And when I go on the internet and say the one thing I refuse to be as a stepdad, everybody's mad at me. You need to get married. I don't want to be a stepdad. And then when you say, well, you don't have to be a stepdad. There's women out here that don't have kids. Yeah, 25-year-old women. Well, you shouldn't be dating younger women. Date some women your age. Statistically, black women who are above the age of 40, 70% of them got kids. 70. So I literally have a dating pool of 30% of these particular women in my age group that don't have kids. What do they look like? Quasimodo, gorillas. Now, if they're not black, I mean, still, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. I'm gonna date some washed up 50-year-old who don't have kids. Nah, they're probably gonna be a liberal. I hate Trump. I don't want to have to deal with that. Let me do what I do. Let me do what I do. Shout out to our brother here. It is the Great Black Shark. Got my fiance pregnant, but finally realized that we are not compatible because her ass is too masculine. She kept the baby because it's her body, her choice, but I'm trying to get away as far as I can from this woman. What would CGA do? Well, if you're not married to her and you already are not compatible and you already know that she's going to be very combative, and once this baby comes, or the baby's already come, she's probably going to put you on child support. The number one thing I would probably advise you to do is put yourself on child support and take the lead. All right. And then also take her to court and establish some custody if you want your parental rights. Now, you don't have to be next to her to have your parental rights enforced, but you need to take the lead and then go ahead and do what you need to do. Go to child support, put yourself on, and don't wait for her to put you on. Take the lead and be progressive. Go fight for your parental rights and get your custody, whether it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% of your custody. Establish your parental rights first before she does. And then you can move away and then have your summers and all of this stuff. And then see if she can uphold her position. But one people have to realize, you get these women pregnant and you're stuck in the matrix for 2 decades. And get a DNA test. Get a DNA test. That's a great piece of advice. Get a DNA test. But you have now a 2-decade sentence. And it's really for life. You're connected to her for life, because once that child becomes an adult, she may want to reach out to you, and there's an explanation as to why you evaded this child's life. So it's really for life, because now you might have to deal with the after effects of her poor parentage or her successful parentage. And now that kid's might be want to know what's going on. Why were you not in my life? Why did you abandon me? And you was like, I was abandoning your crazy ass mama. Well, kids don't care about that. So you do have to be careful once you have these situations, but that's what I would do. That's my advice. Get a DNA test. Go ahead and put yourself on child support if the child is in fact yours, and then establish your paternal rights immediately. Don't wait for her to do it. Okay. If you wait for her to do it, then you're going to be up shit's creek. She's going to tell the courts that you was a piece of shit, scumbag, deadbeat daddy, and you left her in a lurch and you didn't pay for any of the prenatal care. You abandoned her. You didn't return voicemails and emails and text messages, and you don't deserve any parental rights. And if you're in a place with a hang 'em high judge, you're cooked. You're cooked. Shout out to Blue Bag. It says, first time I haven't heard free Punani. All I see and hear is nigga saying, Pooh Shiesty, dumb as F. The community isn't supporting niggerism for once. Shout out to you. So you're saying this is the first time you haven't heard people supporting the fact that Pooh Shiesty should be free Pooh Shiesty. I'm pretty sure somebody's going to say free Pooh Shiesty at some particular point. But maybe the community is waking up. By the way, I'm not there to help the community. I'm not here to help society. So if the community wants to stay asleep, let them. They want to wake up, let them. Shout out to our brother here, Edmond. I said Edmond. Dante says, Coach, I did Uber over the weekend and I picked up an innocent looking white woman. All right. Shout out to that innocent looking white woman here.
Where the white women at?
And she began to tell me that she spent a decade in prison. And all I could think of is it's been 8 years and I'm still waiting on you to be wrong. There are no good girls. Free agent lifestyle for life. I said, Edmond, brothers, the amount of innocent women I've seen out here doing dirt, I don't care if a woman look like an angel. I don't care if a woman look like an angel. I've seen innocent women tell me shit that they did. I'll be like, Lord, have mercy, bro. What men have to understand is, I'm trying to teach you this, and men will say this, these women dressing up and they're dressing up, exposing themselves and they're dressing like this and that. And then you'll say, if a woman dressed like this, she's a good girl. No. That's not necessarily true. I had this one lady at my house, and it was a white woman. She was at my house and she was cool. I knew her from even we have a past together. All right. I can't tell you what it is, but we knew each other from the past, but we lost contact with each other for nearly like 20 years, right? Or 15, 20 years. All right. So I hadn't talked to her in a decade or so. And we reconnected in a variety of ways. But what I missed was she was in prison. All right, and I had no clue. And it was one night she came over and we had a little bit of that funny fun. And she was like, oh, yeah, I was in prison. And I was like, what? I was like, huh? In prison. And I just could not see it. I was like, what? And I was scared to even ask why. I was just like, because what happened was we were just wrapping this up. Okay, we were wrapping up things and I was standing by the door. She was getting her shoes on and I was like, all right, it's time for you to drive back home. But not jail, prison. And I was like, God dang. This is unbelievable. Another girl, white girl. See, a lot of people think I'll be out here talking negatively about black women, and I don't get it. I don't know what show you're watching. All right. Yeah, I think you're just super sensitive because the majority of the people that watch me, it's like 50% black men. All right, maybe a little slightly higher. This white woman, man, contacted me and we kicked it for a little bit. She was a little JUCO. And then she ended up telling me she got arrested for she got arrested for like she was I can't even think of the name, but she was a person involved in a murder. What would the name be for that? I think it begins with an A. It begins with an A. Assistant or I can't even think of what the word was, but maybe you guys can say it. But this makes me definitely. I vet a lot of women. I vet them all, man. I be looking up their accomplished. No, accessory. Accessory would be the word. She was an accessory to a murder. And it was the craziest story. I was like, how the fuck would you get involved with that? Just complete, shy, introverted, regular girl. I was like, this is incredible, bro. But I can't say how many women I've been with. I'm not going to brag, all right, or say brag. I've been with a lot of women. So I come across a lot of women. But then I knew her for a while. But then when she got in trouble, I guess the case was coming up. But she never told me. But I could tell she was hella stressed out all the time. I was like, she kind of stressed out all the time. And she lived with her father. She was like 24 years old, 25. And she was like, my father's stressing me out. He's always judging me and shit like this. Like, you have to really understand that you got to, when you're dealing with women, you have to ask questions. Because the story that they're going to tell you, and this applies to men too, nobody's going to tell you all the bullshit that they've been through. Now, men typically will tell women because women tend to be attracted to these type of men. There's a tendency for women to possibly be sympathetic or attracted to these type of men. So there's far more benefit for a man to tell a woman, especially if she's a good woman or a corporate woman, because these women tend to be attracted to these type of guys. Whereas the women, they don't tell you about their past. They'll hide it, but they'll have these other issues and you won't connect the dot unless you ask them. Then you got to be really specific. But what I do is I have the Bruce Wayne investigation company that I have, Bruce Wayne Investigations, where I do the Bruce Wayne strategy and I go do the whole Batman on their ass. All right. I'll be in there in the Batcave pulling their whole record up. All I need is their first and last name and their location. All right. What state city do you live in? And I could get your whole criminal record. All right. At least I could get portions of your criminal record because sometimes they're expunged. Sometimes the cases don't get reported, but I can get a good bit of your information by first and last name. And we talk about that over on the JUCO, but I background checked everybody as soon as I get the first and last name. All right. And I can tell where you live. I can get the last couple of addresses that you live. I can get some information. Yeah, I pull their file, whether they're JUCO, girlfriend, normie girls, whatever it is, friends, female friends, male friends, I will pull your fucking file. Because when you pull their file, you're going to find out that a lot of times when women are stressed and people are stressed is because they have issues. They have traffic court issues. They have credit card associations suing them, evictions. They have a lot of shit going on in the background, and they're not going to tell you this. Probation, failure to appear in court, robberies. I had one woman that had she had an animal situation going, abusing the animal, and I'll be like, how the fuck? I'm a square. I'm a nerd ass nigga. You know what I mean? I got tickets. DUIs. I had this woman that had 3 DUIs in 3 damn states. Like, how the fuck? Suspended license. Like, golly. All right, what the hell are y'all doing out here, bro? So you got to watch out. And I don't care, dude. The women that look innocent have been the nicest. They have had the worst records compared to the all out and out skeezers, like the tattoo women. Dumb women had some shit. Some women don't have no shit, but it's been the innocent looking ones that I pulled up their record like, God damn. Now, some of them don't have anything. All right. Not all of them have something, but they might have their own personal demons and battles. They might have some past drug usage, something like that. So you do have to watch out for this. Do your whole Bruce Wayne. When I say I'm the Bruce Wayne of this shit, all right, that's part of the Bruce Wayne method. New world order. That's part of the Bruce Wayne message. I had a woman that literally I let drive my car. Like, I was in the car, but she drove it because we were taking the trip. Then I found out she had a suspended license after the fact. I was like, what? So you were driving me in my car on a suspended license? Like, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? That's just half the battle. Another half of the battle is the mental health issues, the drug abuse, the past selection of bad boyfriends. Okay. So you do have to do your investigation on all women. I don't care if they good girls, nice, Christian. Oh, she's in church. Do your Bruce Wayne. Yo, yeah. What about the ghost babies, the abortions? All right, there, dude. Look, let me show you this here. Shout out to KT the King. He always brings this up. This is the iceberg method right here. This is something that I used to teach. I don't teach it much anymore. Okay. But this is the iceberg method. Okay. What men have to do, and take a look at your screen right now if you're not looking at the screen. This is how men mate select. And this is why we all end up in problems. It's not women's fault. It's our fault. So this is the iceberg method, the iceberg theory here. How men mate select. There you are there with your rod. You want to throw it in the water and you want to throw your little peen out there. And there you are in a boat in the middle of the ocean. There it is right there. What we look at is sex. What we look at is attractiveness and chronological age. These are mostly the most important factors that we look at. And that's the tip of the iceberg. That only tells us so much. But there you are out there with your boat, and then now you're out here trying to brag about what you're doing out here and how you made and how you got to. But then when you go look at what's underneath in the water there, okay, this is what you deal with after the fact, right? Like that brother said, hey, look, I got a girl, baby mama, she's hella masculine, but she's had the baby, and I didn't want her to have the baby, but now you're dealing with the aftershock. And what you don't consider when you are mate selecting, and it's too late, you get married to them, or you knock them up, or you commit them to them, or you move them in. What are the other factors? These are the things that are going to affect you. Then also you see the shark is in there: society, public opinion, government, STIs, pregnancy, marriage. That's the shark. So the iceberg is one thing. Now you got to deal with the shark. But most men, if not all of us, what we do is we get involved with women first. Then we find out the rest of the stuff after the fact. And that's why we end up with situations with women. That's why we end up dealing with the bullshit after the fact. And also you can apply this, women, you can apply this to men as well. All right, but you're the one giving access to your punani. Don't complain. But this is why I came up with the all men pay, because you're going to pay one way or another, nigga. You go pay. So you might not pay with money, but most of us then say, I got it for free. And then you end up dealing with this bullshit after the fact. And then you say, well, oh man, I'm dealing with this girl. She tripping. Okay, well, listen, that's what you get for thinking you was getting it for free. There ain't no free dealing with women. All right. You might get away with some stuff here and there. You might get away with it for a long time, but it only takes you one woman to pay for all the other women that you actually dealt with. So just understand that when you're getting involved with women, I have to apply this every day. Every new woman I get involved with, I have to apply this. And if you want to learn more about the Bruce Wayne method, join Locals, CoachRegAdams.locals.com. We teach you how to get information from women without looking like an investigator. No government aim. Did you hear? All Germany men between 17 and 45 must obtain permission from the army if they want to leave Germany for more than 3 months. German men won't defend Germany. What are your thoughts, Coach Alini? Not a shock. All right, not a shock. Germany, their military is, I mean, they're not really supposed to have a powerful military based on what happened to them in World War II and World War I. So they're kind of clipped there as far as what they want to do. Then when you have young men and they don't want to be out here fighting a war, but you also have a problem with who's going to fight the war for them. All right. So if they don't want to be involved in the war, most people don't want to be involved in wars pretty much anymore. That's why they have conscription and drafts and stuff like that. And they go to impoverished families and they take advantage of those families by having those people fight wars for them. So eventually you will have a crisis here. You will have a crisis, but wars aren't even fought with people, foot soldiers anymore like that. So it's interesting. It's an interesting situation there. Blue Baggins is back in here. He says, first, okay, I already read that one. Shout out to Blue Baggins. You're a great supporter. Blue Baggins also says, Gucci Mane is one of the most successful music executives over the past 20 years. And Niggy's talking about street code. He shouldn't snitch. This man ain't been in the street since the late 90s. He says he's been doing good Jewish business. That man ain't about to crash out. What is the net worth of Gucci Mane? Gucci Mane's net worth. They're saying $14 to $20 million, but of course, that's what they say CGA's net worth is. So $14 to $20 million. He's got a record label. I don't know his artists. What artists have? I don't know. He has a wife named Keisha. And while incarcerated, Gucci Mane's wife Keisha, with his remaining $2 million, she reportedly invested the money into her own businesses and returned $6 million. That's the whole thing about everybody wants. See, you need to get you a wife like Gucci Mane's wife. No, thank you. All right, I'm good. All right, that's 1 in a million. That's 1 in 13 million. All right, shout out to Keisha. And congratulations on doing what she's supposed to do. But we're going to tell you how that turns out on the other side here in a second with Omi and the Hellcat. All right, because it's not always works out like that. But shout out to you right there. And congratulations to Gucci Mane for out here getting a good woman. All right, there's some good women out there. We got our brother here. It is Sean John. Do you think I'm going to let her take the SRT? Nope. While you out here with her Hyundai and her Nissan Altima getting tires, and she gonna take the goddamn Hellcat. There ain't no chance in hell, bruh. There ain't no chance in hell. I do want to pull up a picture of Keisha and Gucci Mane, just out of curiosity. All right, let me see. Whew. Oh my.
Oh, the humanity.
Hey man, I'm not here. I'm not trying to shit on Gucci Mane or his wife. I'm not even gonna pull up the picture because I ain't here for that. But she's a good woman. But yeah, I'm not where's Gucci Mane from? He sounds like he's from the South. I'm guarantee you he's from the South because, I mean, yeah, I that's not my speed there. Anybody that thinks I should be dating women like, oh my. He from Atlanta, Zone 6. Whew. Not my type of girl. I mean, listen, but that doesn't mean that shouldn't be the type of girl I should be with. You know, your type is not your type sometimes. Maybe that's my ecclesiastical wife. Oh my goodness. All right, shout out to he's from Alabama. Press 1 in the chat if you're from Alabama. All right, Bama. Shout out to all my Bamas. Press 1 in the chat. All right, because we got some good supporters here from Alabama. All right, I don't want to talk shit about y'all because y'all get in y'all feelings when we start talking about cities and states as if you own anything in these cities and states. You don't even own no property in these motherfucking places. All right, and most of y'all people aren't from these places. All right, you were transplanted there. You were born there. You don't even own shit in there. Niggas all here defending Memphis and don't own nothing in here. Look at all these Alabamans in here. Sweet home Alabama. How much property you own in Alabama? 0. All right, none. All right, shout out to everybody in Alabama. All right, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Devontae Swing says, I like that idea, Coach. Friday at 7 p.m. Who is free? LOL. Hashtag free agent lifestyle for life. Kevin Sullivan says, sending my ecclesiastical shillings in. People still out here hating on Coach. They better boss up. There's nothing else you can do but to boss up. Okay, there's nothing else I can do for you. It's terms of solutions. And remember, there's no solutions, there's trade-offs. You're going to have to make a decision on what you're willing to live with and what you're willing to live without. But there's no perfection out here. All right. And people are trying to, because they're looking for something. And shout out to you guys. But what you're looking for is not going to be found by carefully selecting perfection. Because much of us are just going to get scraps. All right. And you have to basically pour syrup on shit. That's what you have to do. And call it pancakes. Especially when you're past the age of 30. You have to pour syrup on shit and call it pancakes. That's what you're going to have to do. Which means you got to have to turn sugar. You're going to have to know that sugar going to turn to shit. And you taking a risk or a gamble. You taking a risk or a gamble. And that's what dating and relationships are. They're tremendous risks. They're not something that should just easily happen. Like, oh, you're a man, I'm a woman, and we have the same belief system. We come from the same background, and it should just automatically work. We should just plug in. It don't work like that. You basically have to take a sack of shit and go, I can make something out of this. Whether you're a man or a woman, I'm going to make the best out of this sack of shit. Yep. Because all of us are traumatized, even from the beginning of our lives. You have to understand, much of our first 2 decades of life is lived under complete idiots who've traumatized us, who've disenfranchised us, who've made us, who enabled us, who didn't develop us. Much of our lives, our early part of our lives, our early development are spent with idiots, pure idiots, motherfucking raising us. And if you don't think so, go back as a grown-ass man and talk to these people. When you're 30, 40, and 50, go have conversations with your mama, your stepmama, your uncles, and your aunties. Go back and have a conversation with these people, your grandmother and grandfather, and you're going to be like, these are some fucking idiots, all right? Especially when you elevate in life. You're going to be like, God damn, these people raised us? Yep, go back and talk to your teachers. Go back to your middle school teachers and be like, hey, I wanted to come in and check on you. You'd be like, God damn, this person an idiot, a bot, a normie in the Matrix. They ain't even a glitch in the Matrix. Like, these people are idiots. All right, God damn, your bus driver, you were like, your bus driver seemed like a good person. Your bus driver was an idiot. They literally was a loser driving a bus. And I'm not shitting on bus drivers, but they were a bus driver. And they literally was driving 60 kids to school. Pure idiot. But you didn't think any of it. You didn't think have a problem with it. But with that being said, you have to understand that's the first 2 decades of your life. College professors, losers. All right, they don't know shit. A college professor literally is a book. They teaching you from the book. All right, they spend time in the office hours, in the teacher's lounge and lab. All right, they don't know what the fuck going on the outside world. Doing research. They ain't put ass to grass at all. They don't know what's going on out there, college professor. So you're literally your first 2 decades plus of your life is led by absolute meaningless people. All right. That's leading your ass astray. And you literally hanging on by a string listening to these fucking people. All right. And then you wake up and you go, oh shit. You start practically applying all the shit they didn't taught you. And then boom. All right. You're like, God damn, why I keep hitting the wall? You got to think for yourself. What I'm telling you is you got to think for yourself. You got to start thinking for yourself as early as possible to protect yourself, because people will put you in a situation where you can't win. All right. You're going to end up being a normie or worse. So watch out for that. So really, there's no perfect scenario. You have to think for yourself. Even if you think wrong, it's better to live a life where you actually are looking at it out for yourself, as opposed to them just giving you cookie cutter advice. Cookie cutter advice. Shout out to you right there. All right. Anyway. Yeah, or follow the right people, which sometimes the right people, they're telling you are the wrong people. How many have experienced that? Don't follow that guy. Don't follow that woman. They don't know what they're talking about. And they literally knew what they were talking about. They were just telling you to not be a gutless coward, to strengthen yourself, to have a belief system, a philosophy. But you were a renegade. You were anti-establishment. And they were like, don't listen to him. Don't listen to CGA. He gonna lead you astray. I guarantee you, I'm gonna make you wake the fuck up. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna at least make you wake the fuck up. How many of you people, press 1 in the chat, have at some point in their life in the last year was in a situation and you immediately thought of me? Now, hopefully you're not in the bedroom having sex. Ladies, they do this to me all the time. Ladies, all the time having sex and they thinking of me. I hope you're a man and not thinking of me. How many of you guys were in a situation that you was like, that nigga CGA was right. CGA was right. You was on a date. You was in with talking to your wife, your girlfriend, and you was like, fuck. CGA told me. He warned us. He warned us of this, and he was right. But as we know, CGA was right. I may not say it right. I may not give you hope. But what I will do is wake you the hell up to a situation that you probably will be asleep to. But you heard me say it, and then you got in the situation and you looked across and was like, oh, Lord, this goofy ass, short, sawed off, lawn jockey, old bald, gray beard looking ass nigga was right. Now, ask yourself how many times you listen to Tony Gaskins and Andrew Wilson and you said they were right at the end of the day. All right. Shout out to our brother, No Government Aim SD, says, welcome back, coach. I'm glad to be back. All right. In the Desert Storm bunker and doing this. And by the way, for you guys here, we almost have 2,000. That means I'm still out here shining. I want to announce again for you people here that we are doing, and I got to pace myself for this because all month we're doing Stream Mania, right? Not a streamathon because that would require me to be on camera the entire time. We're doing Stream Mania. We're bringing back the evening shows every night, but sometimes we're going to be on different channels. All right. We're going to be on Twitch 2 times a week. We're going to be on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. So go subscribe over there 2 times a week. We're going to be on the Coach Greg Adams channel in the evening 2 times a week. And then on Sunday, we've got the doubleheader locals and Money Mindset on Patreon. All right. Go check your local TV guide, all right, to get the latest update of what's going on here, which means in effect, the morning show is going to have to be shorter. But we have to cover these stories here. So we'll probably go 4 hours roughly. And we got to cover this story here about, what is this right here? Okay, hold on for a second. What am I watching? Okay, here we go. So we have another story here about you guys trying to have these relationships. And we have Ami and a Hellcat, right here on It's an Evil World We Live In. If you don't know who these people are, don't worry.
It's an evil world we live in.
Only in a Hellcat, very popular YouTuber, maybe a few years ago, went viral, definitely during the pandemic. He had like 40 cars. I remember his name. I didn't watch his channel very much, but I know who he is. All right. And much of his problems arised from he got a Fed case basically because he was using a cable box to pirate cable, right? I can't even describe what it was, but he had to go to jail for this particular thing. He had some businesses and people wonder how he made money. And now we know he started doing this pirating thing. And he had this girlfriend. You see her there named Mimi. You see her here. Now, sometimes she looks darker. Sometimes she looks lighter. And yeah, he was selling copywritten content and pirated through some cable box that he had or some little stream thing that he had. And he ended up getting a charge. So he had to go in jail. And all of those cars had to go somewhere. So he basically said when he went to jail, he gave his girlfriend, Mimi, or his fiance, the Gucci Mane treatment. Hey, hold all my stuff. Hold me down while I'm in jail. And when I get out, I'm going to serve my bid, which he's already out. I'm going to serve my time. And then you're going to do the Gucci Mane shit. And I'm going to have $2 million and you're going to make it $6 million. But you guys think you have a chance out here. I'm going to give me a Gucci man. I'm going to give me a down-ass chick. Well, apparently she was a down-ass chick. And while he was in the pen, apparently he wasn't treating her well or something like that. And this was the early stuff here. I did a little research. And it says, Omi and the Hellcat's girlfriend, Mimi, broke up with him while he was in the feds after finding out he cheated on her with 100 girls. Okay. He's offering her over $18 million, 8 properties, and 100% of his company to take him back. She can also fine him $10,000 every time he gets on Instagram. She's reportedly refusing to sign the contract. This was reported somewhere in 2023, late 2023, all right, while he was in prison. Now, I don't know if this is true, all right, but that's what they're saying here. And when you get money, yeah, even in your relationship, you start tricking, and that's what he was doing allegedly. And they're saying that he was offering her this stuff. Now, if this is the truth, well, he had to offer her that because he had nobody else to hold him down, right? That's what she was there for. Hold me down. I need you. I need you to hold me down. I need you to hold on to my property for when I get out. All right. It's going to be me and you, and we're going to ride it out to the sunset. Well, here in late 2024, it says Omi and the Hellcat reveals that he got engaged while in prison and says he lost over 110 pounds. He's set to be released in July. But apparently he's released a little bit earlier here because he is out of prison now. We're going to show you what happened here. And this is a tweet that he had here, or maybe some sort of comment saying, from the moment I met you in November of 2018, I knew we were meant for one another. Oh, man, hold on for a second. Let me get some music for here. Okay. It says, from the moment I met you in November 2018, I knew we were meant for one another. You've been here for me since day one, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. And he added her right there. And it says, P.S. I lost 110 pounds. That's why I'm skinny in the picture. See you July 22nd, 2025. P.S. This is a real engagement, not one for YouTube. All right, there it is right there. And so let's go ahead and show you the picture. There's apparently a painting there of her being ecclesiastically blessed in the chest. All right. And there she is right there. Like I said, every time I see her picture, she either looks darker or lighter. I can't tell what's going on. They're both racially ambiguous. And he looks like Big Pun's little brother. And apparently he's lost some weight. But, you know, you guys put faith in these relationships and hopefully you're thinking that these women going to hold you down. But we have an update. This was Omi and a Hellcat yesterday on Instagram. All right. And shout out to him. I'm not laughing at his situation here, but I told you at some particular point, y'all niggas going to learn. Putting faith in the wrong people. This is Omi and a Hellcat yesterday on Instagram. Apparently he's on release. I think he's not in the pen anymore. He's got his jewels and he's got his White Sox cap. It definitely don't look like he done lost some weight. Let's see what Omi and the Hellcat has to say about his ecclesiastical wife.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm coming down right now. I'm setting up all my interviews. I'm going to talk about everything that's going on. I'm going to speak about the current situation with Mimi, how she took down my YouTube page, how she stole all my property, how her and her sisters, her and her sister stole, equipment from me, motorcycles, vehicles, sold my vehicles while I was in prison. I'm going to talk about pretty much everything. The way she did me super dirty. I'm going to talk about how I came home to none of my belongings. I'm going to talk about the way her and her mom, you know what I'm saying, set me up, like they were attempting to set me up to get killed. I have.
Oh. Jesus Christ, brother.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. Hey, man. All right. I told you. Not my girl, coach. She a good one. She down. She a day one. All right. Well, I'd rather be with a woman that's with me when I don't have nothing, and she realized who I am, than to be with a new woman that wasn't with me when I didn't have something. All right. Those are the women you need to worry about. Well, there's a day one. She was with him when he didn't have shit. And guess what? She cleaned his ass out. All right.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Yep. AKA all men pay. All right. You gonna pay one way or a motherfucking another. All right. Nothing's ever free. Love ain't free. And Punani don't got no heart. There ain't no loyalty out here, brothers. Them Gucci man beaches. All right. Keisha's ain't common. Keisha's ain't common. You sucker for love, ass nigga. Y'all gonna learn. All right. Putting faith in a ski. I mean, listen, she looked like a skeezer. And by the way, brother, you got out of jail, but what's going on with that damn burglar alarm or that smoke alarm? Just chirping. Okay. Come on, man. Y'all gonna learn, bro. And guess what? The mama in on it, the sister in on it, cleaned them out, deleted his YouTube channel. Holy mackerel. That's his main source of income. And she straight allegedly deleted the YouTube channel. Bro, I mean, this is a fat L. This is a fat L. Let's let them continue here. And then they got plots to delete them.
All the footage, and I'm going to show you guys. I'm setting up all my interviews because I think I've been very patient. I've been very quiet. I've been trying to spare her as long as I can. And, I took a person that was making $10 an hour, whatever she was making, from Zales, and I saved her life.
Okay. Again, they don't want guy. One of the things that men try to do is save these women. Now, you're going to say, CGA, you be saving them when you give them a couple of dollars. That's not saving them. Trust me, that ain't saving them. That ain't even giving them out of a bind. They still going to be in a bind tomorrow and the next week. But you think that you can save these women from themselves? Guys, you can't. Even when you do your best, even if you got 8, 10, 15 years out of them, that don't mean anything. Yesterday prices ain't today's prices. What you did for them yesterday don't matter today. What have you done for me lately? You haven't done nothing from her behind bars. And then when allegedly you were cheating on her, she was like, I'm gonna fix this shit. I'm gonna fix this. So you took her from a Zale sales associate, assuming that she would be forever loyal to you for saving her and giving her a better life. Nope. I'm here to tell you that's not going to be true. Most of these women don't want to be saved. Most of these women want to be skeezers and whores. And I will make the best skeezer and whore out of a woman. Okay, listen. If you want to be a skeezer and whore, I have no judgment. Let's do it. Okay. But saving them from that situation and trying to bring them in and give them understanding and marrying them, and it's not going to give you any loyalty out here. You don't have that many Keisha mains out here. Okay. And then going back, men tend to always go back because they'll say it's not financial. I got her for free. I got her mind. I got her soul. We have burning desire. But what men tend to do, and I've done this as well, so I'm speaking from experience, when the relationship breaks up, what do you start doing? You start counting the cost. This is what he's doing. But you'll tell me you didn't pay. But then when the relationship breaks up, you'll be like, what about all them dates? And what about all them gifts? And what about all those vacations? And what about me saving you from this? And what about me paying for all that? What about me paying these bills? What about me? But you'll say you're getting it for free. And one thing you have to understand is if you're going to count the cost after the fact and then blame her for not being loyal. Well, you're the one paid. You could at least 10, 15 other women instead of going out here putting all your eggs in her basket and then getting the okie doke. Okay. But then you start counting the cost. I thought it was free. I thought you had her soul. I thought she was a day one. I thought you don't count the cost now. Don't count the cost now. And you put faith and trust in her because, well, you believe what she said. I love you and I'll be down for you right now. And now you want to run to the world and then say, hey, man, she got me. Well, listen.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay. Hey, man, we all do this at least once or twice in our life. I've done this once in my life. Okay. And people always say, Coach, you only fell in love once in your life. I fell in love with a lot of women. All right. It just didn't go long term. All right. So in the situation where I put all the eggs in the basket, I got once. I was smart enough to not get got again. All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now, then people say that you should give it another chance. You need to man up. You need to get over it. You need to heal. Nah, I got once.
Gotcha, bitch.
Some people learn one time. Sometimes it takes y'all 2 and 3 and 4 times. I can learn pretty good once. I can get got once good to know that I don't want to get got again.
Gotcha, bitch.
But here y'all want me to go get got again. Don't be out here doing this. Now, when women get me, they get me for peanuts and crumbs. Trust me. They not breaking a nigga. I've been broken out here. Financially, I done been broken. My family broken up, busted up. All the shit that I done worked for been busted up and broken over some feelings and shit. And I wasn't perfect. Neither was she. And that's the story of life. Nobody's perfect. No relationship is perfect. Everybody has their flaws and shit like that. But then to get broken, all right, you ain't gonna break me twice, nigga. You ain't gonna get me.
Gotcha, bitch.
Get me once. What? Fool me once? Shame on you. Fool me twice? Shame on me. It ain't gonna be shame on me, bro. I refuse to not to. Fuck all that. For what? For society? Oh, hell no. All right, to make society look good upon me, fuck society. I don't want y'all to look good on me. You not getting me twice. All right, so here you go right here. Look at this. Look at it. Well, I'm not gonna call him a niggy. All right, he a Dominican niggy, but all right, this is still niggy shit. Niggy.
And for you to go and steal every single things that I've been collecting for 20 plus years, my YouTube channel. All right. Like I'm requesting everything from the federal government, the metadata, my cell phone number, pretty much the way that I try to hide assets, the way that I bought the warehouse through other properties that I sold while I was, on pretrial. Like I am going to make this such a big fucking deal.
I'm not laughing at the situation, bro. Wait a minute. So you were hiding resources. Now you want the government to collect the resources that you were hiding? Did I get this correct? Nigga shit. What, And here's the deal, bro. I'm gonna make this such a big deal. As a man, here's my advice. Cut your losses. This is my advice to you as a man. Cut your losses. Society and the government and whatever what you're involved in criminally, nigga, you're gonna incriminate yourself and put yourself in prison trying to get a woman. And I always tell you, you cannot get revenge on women. The only way, the best revenge on women is when you become successful. That's the only revenge. But getting revenge with women in the legal system is a waste of your time. You're going to waste resources. You're going to drain yourself. It's going to take you 10 years to unfold this. By the time you catch her, the money gone. And by that time, she'd have been examined. Her guts been examined by 15 other guys. In and out of relationships, they eating on your money right now. And don't think she ain't gonna come out here and drag your ass. Okay, so she gonna be like, okay, take me to court. I'm gonna tell you did X, Y, and Z. You violated your probation. She gonna be watching you. So never go and get revenge. It is a feminine energy for you to go get revenge on women in the system. If you do, it's going to be a very slow process. I've tried to go take my ex to court for doing shit and nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. And they don't care. They just assume that you just walk away. Go walk away. Go live your life. Go be successful. Go take that L. Pay the restock fee. Cut your losses. Move the fuck on. Move on. You have the ability to become something in a short amount of time, a year or two. And based on his hustle and his ability to do things and his ingenuity, he's wasting resources on that woman that he can apply to himself and become way better without her. Okay. That's what I'm telling you. Charge it to the game. It's part of the game you played. This is what I tell you when you get in relationships where there's $50, $100, $150,000, charge it to the game. And not only that, you got the criminal history. She doesn't, assuming, I'm just making an assumption. So you don't look good going in there committing crimes and then trying to tell us you were hiding resources and putting shit under other people's names. And now she done figured it out. How you going to go in there and say that you how? I don't even know if you got a case at all.
And I think that it's time for this shit to come out. And I've been very quiet because I've been waiting and very patient to see what she was willing to do.
Nothing.
But I think that it's time to now blow this shit up and speak about this situation and release all the conversations that happened inside of that warehouse.
What?
Because I did have that warehouse under surveillance with microphones and cameras. And you guys are going to see the truth come out in a lot of situations. And I think it's over.
But nobody cares, bro, about this woman. Nobody cares if she go to jail or nothing. I guarantee you, nobody's going to lose sleep trying to make sure this woman gets all your money back and goes to jail. Neither is any prosecutor or any of that. I guarantee you.
It's over. Like I think I've been patient enough. I gave her enough respect. I gave her enough. This ain't about subbing anymore. Now this is about coming straight, direct, straightforward.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to sit down with Sean Cotton first. After that, all the other interviews are going to come in and.
Okay, so he's going to take this to social media interview and go to the court of public opinion. You're not going to have people who feel sorry for you, and I'm not saying they shouldn't feel sorry for you. What I'm saying is you're going to find out that people aren't going to care. They're not going to fight on your behalf. They're not going to lose sleep. They're not going to donate anything to you. Okay, so he's going to these Say Cheese TV. But this is not how men fight it. I'm sorry. I know people want it to be that way. We need to start suing these women. Okay, watch out. Watch what happens when he sues her. Right. Or watch what happens when he makes his money back. And see what she does. I guarantee you she becomes more go crazy on him. She don't care. And that money's gone, bro.
And that's it. You know what I'm saying? The way the taxes were not paid on Reloaded from her side, you know what I mean? It's a lot of situation. It's a big situation. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, I'm getting ready to report my van stolen, my trailer stolen, because those trailers and shit was under my name when I was in prison. And a lot of things happened. And I try to save a lot of people in the situation.
Save nobody. Save yourself, bro. Save yourself. Even dudes that you try to save from the hood. Once you win the pen, guess what? I guarantee you they didn't send no letters to the pen. They didn't put nothing on your commissary. They probably barely visited, and they probably thought it was over for you. So guess what? Save nobody.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers is dirty.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to just make the shit explode.
Okay. Oh my, pause. All right. You're going to make the shit explode. Shout out to Ami and the Hellcat or Omi and the Hellcat on that one. It's the evil world out here. Ain't nothing but out here but yourself.
It's an evil world we live in.
Nobody out here but yourself. Okay. Save yourself. Don't think that there's honor amongst thieves. Don't think there's this loyalty. When I'm at the JUCO, y'all be like, well, you at the there's no loyalty from these women out here. Neither do I care if there's loyalty. I don't care if these women like me. That doesn't mean anything. What I need is service provided. Okay. I need access and service provided, and I need services rendered, and I needed to be on par with the pay. That's all I'm asking for. And that's all I ask for anybody that I'm doing business with, any women that I deal with, all right, any of these niggas that want to get and do and collab, that's all I ask for. That's all I worry about in life. That's all I look for. Okay. All right. Free agent lifestyle. That's Omi and the Hellcat, but we do have the main event coming up ecclesiastically. So do me a favor, hit the like button. We got the main event. We got Brandy, the good girls out here, the good girl facade, the facade of the good girl mindset. I'm going to get a good girl out here. All right. We got that coming up. We got Bronx King 81. You can't compete with these females' phone and the Lester Diamonds in their life. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to Lester Diamond. I'm assuming Lester Diamond is the guy, the casino wife, the casino pimp husband. Let me see if I can pull this up. Lester Diamond is, yes, the boyfriend in casino. Guys, every woman has a Lester Diamond. Every woman has a Lester Diamond. All right. Even girls that have at the JUCO has a Lester Diamond. Women that I have that you're dating has a Lester Diamond. Okay. So, you think that these women are looking for good guys and that they're only dealing with good guys and not dealing with bum niggas. No, when you save a woman, she still has loyalty to Lester Diamonds. She has a Lester Diamond in her life, whether it's a male best friend, a guy that just can't, he can't, he's always misses and she's sympathetic for him and he can't just get right. A boyfriend, a pimp, a pimp boyfriend. It don't matter. They all got Lester Diamonds that they're sympathetic to in their lives. And then when you save them, she funneling the money to Lester. Yep. Oh, yep. A pimp boyfriend that was a drug addict. They all got a damn Lester Diamond. Every single one. Ladies, all of y'all got a Lester Diamond. I know that. You should know that. Even if she denies it. Don't you got a boyfriend? You got a boyfriend pimp? You got a male best friend? Nah. She'll tell you she down for you. She got a Lester Diamond. She contact this nigga. He contact her every day begging. She's sympathetic to that guy. A baby daddy, an ex-boyfriend, an ex-husband, Lester Diamond. She'll have an ex-husband and tell you how much of a loser he is, but then you'll get into a relationship with her and she cannot stop talking about him. Why? Because she's imprinted by him. She has past history by him. She has good times that she misses from him. She actually misses him. Okay, so they all have a Lester Diamond. They all have a Lester Diamond. They have some of these women have a Lester Diamond that were men that knocked them up and they got an early termination of pregnancy. And that guy might still be around in the form of a male friend. Okay. And she will not tell you till down the road you find out that was a guy she got pregnant by in high school. But he's the male best friend. So you got to watch out for this. You can't avoid this. Okay. I'm just letting you know there's a 98% chance that this is true. 98%. And the older you get, the more Lester Diamonds they got in their lives. And you're going to find out, like Omi found out, I was loyal. I took care of you. She took that shit back to Lester Diamond. Right? Like, what? You like, damn, after all these years? Yep. She invited him to the wedding. He comes and visits her every once or twice a year. They go on dates together. Oh, I'm going to my male best friend. We're going to go out and hang out. Nightclub, date, restaurants. It's a date. It's a date between two people who have soul ties. So you better be ready for it. Somebody says, so you're Lester Diamond. All right. So you better be ready for this. You're going to be, that's why, people say date women your age. It's not that women are ugly that are my age. It's that I've worked hard to become who I needed to become. Damn, why am I going to hand it over for a woman that has 3 Lester Diamonds in her life? Baby daddy, ex-boyfriend, second husband. It's just too much. It's just too much baggage that I have to deal with. So you're right about that, Bronx King right here. And you can't compete with her phone. The phone really just makes it difficult for you to have a relationship. I don't want you to be, sensitive about this particular issue. But the phone, y'all can't compete, brothers. Y'all cannot compete with that phone, man. That phone is the complete game changer, the cell phone. They got all of their business conducted in that bullshit. Shout out to our brother here that we need to acknowledge. All right, it is the legendary Memphis's own Tupelo, Mississippi's finest, Roderick Miller. He has double sponsored today's show, but let me read this chat. He says, Memphis has no place for money ninjas to floss. Shout out to Memphis. Memphis is in the news. LeBron James been dissing Memphis. The NBA guys have been dissing Memphis. All right, people think there's a conspiracy to move the Memphis team to Nash Vegas, and people are dissing Memphis. By the way, I don't even know why Memphis has a basketball team, but you guys got to remember the Memphis team moved from Vancouver. They tried to have it in Canada. Didn't work out. Nobody in the Pacific Northwest or, that area of Canada cares about basketball. They care about Canadian football. So it didn't work in Vancouver. They had desperation and they wanted to make something out of Memphis. Memphis is nowhere near a metropolis that deserves a professional basketball team. They don't have a professional football or baseball team. So we see that they don't have the capacity. They don't have the hotel and the luxury to support these type of people that come to town. Even their best player got wrapped up in some gang activity and apparently chased down an NBA bus with a firearm, allegedly. Okay. That was Ja Morant. Memphis has a definitely disastrous legacy of gang violence and criminal activity associated with that. Young Dolph said he was supplying the whole Memphis Grizzlies with marijuana. All right, that was according to what Memphis Young Dolph said, but that's not me. All right, I don't know. Right. So Memphis is not it. All right, but Memphis has no place for luxury niggas. I know people are going to defend Memphis and all of that shit, but Memphis is low budget. Memphis is low budget. It's a low budget, what I call a podunk town. It's a podunk town. Much of many franchises have podunk. Many NBA cities got podunk. They're podunk towns. Podunk motherfucking towns. All right. Anyway, but he says the Grizzlies are here because of FedEx only. So Memphis has no place for luxury. FedEx supporting the Grizzlies. And he says right here, business and landowners on your business and landowner on your fourth passport. Shout out to you, free agent since 2004. And he says, keep up the great work, telling the truth. We're going to give you a triple sponsorship. Let's ring the bell 3 times for legendary Roger Miller out here. 3 times. Shout out to you.
I'm red.
1, 2.
I'm red, bitch.
Shout out to you right there. Memphis got a lot of pimps too. All right, shout out to the pimps. Isn't Drake's father from Memphis? All right, there's a lot of people from Memphis. 3-6 Mafia. A lot of goofy ass shit in Memphis. All right, but anyway, shout out to Memphis, Tennessee. I've been to Memphis, but these are not good places, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. Not for professional franchises and shit like this. Nobody wants to. I mean, that the Grizzlies would do better in another place, like Nashville. All right, but Nashville has football. They have hockey. They have the Nashville Predators, I believe. So they already have capacity to support professional teams. But yeah, Memphis. Sorry, they've seen better days. Memphis was a better place long time ago. Memphis had Elvis. Martin Luther King got shot in Memphis, set up by the New World Order. All right, by the way, read his book. Read his attorney's book. All right, it's proven that the New World Order was there. They were following him. They had plans to execute Martin Luther King, but of course, shit went left. Messy Jesse Jackson. Listen, I'm not going to talk about it. But I read the book. I read the book according to his attorney, how that went down, and he won a case in 1999, proving in fact that happened. All right, so it's not conjecture. This is real. There was proof that Martin Luther King was led to that fucking sniper's nest. All right, because it was a sanitation worker march. All right, anyway, the sanitation workers need you. Had that nigga in the sniper's nest. All right. Anyway, I need to read that book. Let me tell you what the book it is right here. It's called The Act of State. Okay. And his attorney, William Pepper, I believe is his attorney, wrote the book. And and he published it in 2003. He actually represented the King family in the lawsuit against the government. And they won. Okay, they won. They won the case in which it was proven that there was a conspiracy to kill Martin Luther King by the federal government or the government agencies, but the U.S. military, intelligence agencies, and organized crime. There was a conspiracy. They had a 1999 civil trial, and they won the case. All right, but new world order. The findings after hearing testimony for over 70 witnesses, the jury in the 1999 civil trial took just over an hour to find that Jowers and others were part of a conspiracy to kill King. I mean, listen, this really happened here. And the motivation, which a lot of people don't realize, what was the motivation for him to die? Was it for black people? It wasn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It was not. All right. I know people think that he was snuffed out because he was making progress for black people. That was not true. All right. Even according to this case, it was revealed why it was. He was already 13 years into the civil rights movement, and he was transitioning out of the civil rights movement into a bigger cause. And it wasn't because of white women, although he had his fun with white women, allegedly. Somebody say he started talking about money. Yeah, kinda. But what it was it was the Vietnam War. Okay. That's what it was. All right. And that was proven in the case. I read it in the book. They actually came up with the people, the government agencies concerned about him starting being vocal about the Vietnam War, which people don't realize that was a big deal at the time. So he started speaking out about it because he was a powerful voice and people listened to him. When he started getting vocal about what the government was doing in Vietnam, they was like, ring the fucking bell. Time to go. All right, you got to go. Because that's where it was. All right, that's where the real money was being made. We're talking about a 20-year war. They started talking about that. They was like, you got to go, nigga. Okay, you can talk about that other shit and boycotts the buses, and you can talk about land grants, and you can talk about money and reparations, but you talking about the war? Oh, skitty pop. Okay, where is it at? All right, they was like,
pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
That was like, nah, bruh. Nope. There ain't no way. All right, we letting that ride. And here it is, motivation. The book suggests that the government moved to eliminate King due to his growing anti-Vietnam War efforts, his Poor People's Campaign, and his challenging the U.S. establishment. So, yeah, that was the number one motivation. And that was a main part of the book. All right, that was the main part of the book where they were like, oh, okay, you overstepping the line. You didn't overstep the line, bruh. You didn't step over the line. You got to go, bruh. We talking about big money being made, and we can't let you out here, you uppity nigger. It happens, man. So it wasn't his progress with civil rights and black people. They was letting that slide. They was like, okay, yeah. Okay, we'll give you some crumbs. All right, we'll let you fuck up the black community for the next 30 years. Go ahead. We'll have these niggas voting Democrat. All right. They had a whole plan for that. That was like, okay, we can work with that. Right. But whoa, you said he'll cross the line. Time to go. It's checkout time. All right. So yeah, that's what happened. That was the main motivation, unfortunately. Anyway. And sometimes, there's no honor amongst thieves. All right. He was kind of playing a role for them, and it was important. It was like, we'll let you play that role. Oh, you didn't talk too much. All right. You didn't cross the line. All right. We didn't told your ass. We didn't warn you. They probably warned him. They probably called him in for a meeting. He was cool with LBJ at the time. They probably called him in and was like, yeah, bro, why don't you just stay away from that topic? And he was like, not me. I'm going to keep talking about it because I'm okay.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right. We didn't told your ass. They probably warned him. They warned him. Shut up about that, bro. All right. Talk about that other shit. Go boycott a bus station if you want. But this, you got to stop talking. All right. We're going to tell you be with these white women in Memphis. We're going to tell about them orgies. All right. Anyway, we're going to tell about them orgies with them damn Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And y'all be having orgies in the hotel in Memphis. We're going to tell. And he was like, I don't care. Anyway, sometimes we all talk too much. But what I was telling you was in a book published. So I'm not telling you something that you didn't know, but most of y'all are normies and you didn't know it. So if you want to read the book is there. It's available to you. I read the book from front to back. All right. And I have my notes and annotations in the book, and it was definitely an eye opener. And these are in the government files. So this is not something that you would not find out on your own, but most of you guys don't read shit. So maybe I talk too much. All right. Shout out to our brother, no government name. The most embarrassing part was the Pooh Shiesty and all the boys caught a greyhound to the crime scene. Wow. Okay. A greyhound to the crime scene. Where's Mario at? Yikes. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. They caught a greyhound to the crime scene. And he says Gucci Man is a record exec, but his distributing partner label are legitimate companies like Atlantic Records, and Warner Brothers. He says they may compel him to testify as some sort of contractual obligation, considering that he was forced at firearm point to sign a legal contract. So if he's compelled to testify, you're compelled to testify, you got to show up. All right. I don't know if you guys know what happens in court. If they subpoena you, you do have to show up, or they might throw you in jail for contempt of court or any other charge you might have related to that. So you might not have any choice, which means in effect, a lot of people do not understand that street politics mixed with business does not match, because you're trying to solve a problem immediately by strong arming people. But then when you have to deal with corporations and the legal system, then it's a whole different ball game. You can't strong arm rob the judge and the prosecutor, and you can't do that. And now you're going to have to deal with the system, which the system is very, very lethal in how they treat you. We do have a constitution that protects us from being unfairly tried or having cases drug out. But, you know, if they decide that that's what they're going to do to drain your resources or embarrass you, or maybe get you to plead or snitch, they have ways to do that, and there's no way around it. Shout out to Bronx King, says you can't compete with these female phones. You're a king. And a man supporting men, coach isn't lying. I met a 20-year-old, a 29-year-old, and a 21-year-old woman on a website, a monetized website. The 29-year-old was giving too much pushback in a text conversation. I picked the 21-year-old over the 29-year-old because there wasn't any pushback. One of the pieces of advice I give men is that most of you guys are trying to bargain with the common woman based on your financial situation, your options, your leverage. And in my opinion, bargaining with, particularly from the dating perspective, men bargaining with women will never work, because again, the social contract, you're bargaining hoping that they're going to play it fair. I don't think women are necessarily trying to play the game fair. They're almost always going to be loyal to their feelings or what they're going to get out of it. And they typically see things from them being given the short end of the stick. They have, they see themselves as victims. And in this case, since they tend to be overprotective and overcompensate to protect themselves against abuse and being taken advantage of, because since they turned teenagers, men have preyed upon them in a variety of ways. So they're going to be overprotective. In that case, it's hard to bargain with them. Sometimes they've been abused, even by close people that they've known. So they're going to be overprotective. At that point, it's hard to bargain against people here. And it's hard for you to tell, well, give me a chance. You can trust me. Now, they want you to trust her. They're not necessarily in the business of her trusting you. But you got to not bargain with them. And for me, I have one negotiation tactic. How much? What is going to cost to get what I want temporarily? Now, that tends to pique some women's interest, and it piques a lot more interest from women than you think. All right. You might think, not her. Yes, What is it going to cost to have a fun ecclesiastic weekend? What is it going to cost? But that's leverage. But you can't negotiate attraction. You can't negotiate submission. You can't negotiate gender roles in the majority of cases. And the men that do, they're the exception to the rule. Or you have to put trust and faith that she's going to honor her contractual obligation or honor what she agreed to. Now, every one of us has known and been a part of a woman's life, even your mother, your sister. You've been in the store where a woman has made a contractual agreement and came in there and ripped up the contract. Press 1 in the chat if you've ever been to a cell phone store or a kiosk where a woman jumped in there and said, well, something happened and I don't understand why I'm 3 and 4 months behind in payment. My bank didn't do this. Let me go into the corner and contact the bank. And then she didn't put up a whole fucking fight. And you looking over at her like this bitch bullshitting. And the person on the other side of Verizon or the kiosk knows she bullshitting. And then guess what she does? She goes over there and they say, we're going to have to shut your shit off, or we're going to have to collect this, or we're going to have to go ahead and send it to the collection agency. And we got a contract, 2-year contract that says this. And she done went in there and tore it up and balled it up and threw it in your face and said, I ain't paying shit. Now, I'm using that as an example. I'm using it as an example because all of us have experienced this in one way or another to let you understand that they don't honor contracts. They don't honor contracts, bro. And they definitely don't honor no motherfucking silent agreement where you got a handshake deal or a pussy shake deal. They don't believe in that shit. Even when they sign documentation, they believe it, they tear it up, it don't exist. I don't give a fuck. They got student loan debt from 25 years ago that they don't give a fuck about until they start goddamn garnishing them wages. So with that being said, and she knew she was wrong. She was just trying to see if she can get over on the system and get some sympathy. And then when it didn't work, she just turned into, I don't care about this shit and tore it up. Same thing with marriage contracts. Same thing with leases and rentals. Same thing with car notes and student loans. When you understand that, you will take it less personal when they don't honor any verbal agreement that you gave them. Right? They don't give a fuck. Dr. Dre's wife ripped up the damn prenup and put it in the fire and thought, hey, I ripped it up. It don't exist no more. But that's not how a legal contract works. You can rip up the contract. Same thing with tickets. You get pulled over by the police and they get a ticket and they rip it up and throw it outside the window. It don't exist. No, it does exist because they done punched it into that little pad in the system. You could tear up the damn ticket if you want. It's still in the system. So that's typically how my experience is how women work legal contracts. What makes you think she's going to agree to a verbal contract and uphold her side of the verbal contract? Okay. That's how I deal with them. All right. And I've learned that by getting hit over the head 1 or 2 times. And I go, okay, that's how they do it. All right. And that's my expectations of them. They're not going to uphold this. As soon as they're going to be vulnerable or feel victimized, they're going to tear up the goddamn contract right there. And I don't care what I said. And I don't care what I agreed to. Well, let's do the main event, man. Hey, shout out to y'all, man. We'll do a commercial in the main event, but thank you, man, for supporting today's show. We love you.
The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has 2 choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given. It's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon. It's built brick by brick with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin. The strong take. The poor complain. The rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
The ecclesiastical main event is here. We got the good girl, Brandy. People always say, man, there's good women out here. There's good men out here. There's good people out here. You just have to find them. And I really don't like that particular strategy because that just sends me on the wild goose chase. It's like being the golden child. Give me the knife. All right. You got to jump over this grasshopper. You got to go through this woods. You got to chase them up, at the rolling boulder behind you. You got to dig up under here. You know what I mean? You got to hop on 1 foot grasshopper. All right. When you're old enough to realize that that's just a wild goose chase. All right. You just got to have to deal with what's in front of you. Okay. You got to vet and make your decisions based on that. There's just good women out here. You just got to go. You got to find them. There's a good one out here that's going to be on your program. You just got to find them. Okay. Yeah. No, bro. You ain't sending me on the goddamn mission. You ain't sending me on that mission. So in that case, what I've decided is just to understand that there are no good people. All right. They're just people who haven't been caught. And that essentially is going to help you out 70, 80, or 90% of the time, because we all have done some dirty shit. We all got skeletons in our closet. We all have shit that we have hidden. We all have shit. We all have shit. We all have done shit. We all have a past, man or woman. And what you will find is you will believe in a person because you see the good in them, but then you will realize why they're single, why they have had issues, they have some problems. All right. People have drug issues and stuff like that. But many times there's a facade, a facade. And Brandy in this situation is the prime example of a good girl who was just a bad girl who hadn't been caught. She has a pristine image. She's done a lot of great out here. I love one of her albums. I think it's the Never Say Never album. Great album. All right, she's done a good job producing music, and writing lyrics and singing. Great talent, generational talent. Also, she's also an actress. She had a TV show called Moesha. She also was the Black Cinderella. Okay, the Niggerella. All right, she was a Niggerella. And so she had a pristine image for the kids and for young women. And a lot of people have used Brandy during that time, the 90s, going into 2000s, as all women should be her. All right, look at her. She's not a skeezer. She's not a slut. She doesn't shake her ass. She ain't out here dressing promiscuous. And even though she had Ray J, who was her evil alter ego, Ray J is like, oh, well, look at what Ray J has become. But Brandy's the good girl. But, well, was she really good? Now, one of these scenarios, we're going to have a very, very, very tough you make the call. You make the call on this one, because this is a tough one. But before we get into that tough scenario, we have to deal with some rumors and innuendo related to Brandy's dating history. Now, this has come up in the last few weeks. I didn't report on it, but this has come up in the last few weeks that Brandy has been accused of double dating 2 members of a record label. Literally, she was the Michelle A of Bad Boy. Okay. She was the Michelle A of Bad Boy. So she was dating, allegedly, according to one Shine Burrow. Shout out to Shine Burrow. Okay. G's up, hoes down. Why you motherfuckers bounce to this? All right. Shout out to Shine Burrow. I love Shine, man. His 2 albums are definitely classics. If you missed out on the Shine era, you missed out on some good ass hip hop. All right. You missed out on some good ass hip hop. Now, a lot of people slept on Shine because, he got sent to jail and, they said he sounded like Biggie, but his 2 albums are classic, bro. All right. You got to listen to that if you like hip hop. Shine Poe, that's how you pronounce this shit. All right, but Shine Poe, he's the guy who is pictured there on the right. He was a part of Bad Boy, and he was caught up in the Diddy kerfuffle of the shooting incident with J-Lo and all of that shit. Well, he was the one who took the charges for that, for shooting a woman in the face and being reckless in shooting. He went to prison for this particular issue, and he came out cloned, and now he is the president of Barbados or some shit like that. I don't even know where it is, and now he looks like Shine Obama. All right, Shine Obama. But Shine was a young artist who was basically trying to become something. Allegedly, he's been coming out saying he dated Brandy. Belize is where it is. Belize. And so he's come out recently and said he dated Brandy. Now people are saying, bro, why are you bringing this up? Well, Shine was just asked the question and he brought it up, and he didn't even snitch on Brandy. He just said he dated someone. But it was deductive reasoning, and it was determined to be Brandy. But apparently, the other person she was dating on the same record label, Bad Boy, Diddy's label, was Mace. And Mace and Brandy did a song, but apparently Shine there was a love triangle going on here that was causing some friction between allegedly Shine and Mace. Now, guys, we all get put in these situations sometimes because we don't realize that she's not ours. It's just our turn. You know, women date men. Even the good girls date multiple men. I said this earlier. Even a good girl still has and dates multiple men, and sometimes is fucking another man, or at least has a male best friend or somebody she's imprinted with that is in the queue while you're dating and meeting her. Okay. Even the good girls play this. So it's not just the hoes and the skeezers. In fact, the hoes and the skeezers, we just assume this is happening. The good girls, we hope it's not happening. Well, she's a good girl. She's just sitting at home twiddling her thumbs. Not so much. Right? Not so much. Now, this is all rumor shit that I don't like to get involved with, but this has something to do with the story here. How's she getting her cheeks clapped allegedly by two of these label mates? I mean, this is treacherous, dangerous territory. This is definitely Jezebel territory. This is Cleopatra territory. Like, this is dangerous games you're playing. You're playing dangerous games. You're sleeping with two men on the same record label, causing friction between these two men. Pause. In one way or another. And you're the good girl. You're doing Moesha. You're doing Black Cinderella. You're the good girl. Now, let's report on this particular situation so you can get an idea of how dangerous the game is being played out here, even by the good goyles. The good goyles. This is a YouTube to give us this. This is Layla Lynn Media, fair use.
And earning him Grammy nominations. And he collaborated with Brandy on Top of the World, which was a standout track from her album Never Say Never, and that was one of their biggest highlights of 1998. It brought together Mace's swagger and Brandy's smooth vocals, and it was during a time when blending hip hop and R&B was like the thing to do. That's when it was first starting to become popular to have like hip hop and R&B on the same song.
All right, let's speed up later.
And as far as Mace, he had somewhat of like a playboy persona, but he also had an ability to appeal to both hardcore rap fans and mainstream audiences. So that kind of solidified his status. Now, let's talk about Shine, because in 1998, it was a little bit different for Shine. While Mace and Brandy were firmly established in their careers, Shine was just starting to make a name for himself. He had signed to Bad Boy Records, and he was widely looked at as Diddy's next big star. He was a fresh talent who could potentially fill the void left by the Notorious B.I.G. But Shine admitted in the interview that his lack of focus in 1998 hindered his rise. In his Breakfast Club interview, he said that his involvement with Brandy distracted him from fully committing to his career. Compared to Mace, Shine was still in the shadows of Bad Boy's established stars, but he did have a lot of potential.
Okay, so Shine did, I mean, the death of Biggie did birth Shine. Unfortunately, you can't dispute that, because he did sound like Biggie vocally for a little bit. Just his voice, his cadence didn't sound like Biggie, but he was a very good rapper. This is Shine Obama right here. All right, he is a representative, possibly the president of police or CIA agent. I don't know. All right, all right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen, now, you know, you do your time, you start, you know, anyway, I don't want to say too much. Shine Obama. And as you can see, men get distracted by women. All right, men get distracted by women. In this case, Shine's like, I was not focusing on my career because I was dating Brandy and focusing on Brandy fucking Mace.
So I could focus on my career.
We all get distracted, even when you're at the top and potentially making riches. He's focused on Brandy not making records. He just said that. You're going to hear him say it from his own mouth, not from this woman's mouth here, this Layla. Shout out to Layla and fair use. He literally was like, I was getting sidetracked. And by the way, he's also Jewish, Hebrew. That's another story. Right? But he's like, Brandy's punani's distracting me. Let's continue here. All right, men, we all have a weakness.
So during his Breakfast Club interview, Shine dropped the bombshell that he had been romantically involved with Brandy at the same time as Mace.
But at the time, I got on in 98, and instead of getting in the studio and getting the information, I was living the life. And so that caused a strain between him and I, because he was like, who does this kid think he is? And there's even situations like with Mace. Mace was dating a girl, you know, and I started dating a girl, and that caused like a big thing. We had to have like a family meeting. It was like, yo, what are you doing? You know, you're like Kobe coming to the Lakers, and, you know, you want to go after Shaq's joint. Like, you can't do that. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was on for 98. I wasn't focused. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until 99, after that same girl, this is the girl that was also seeing Mace. She's selling millions of records. She had like the biggest record that year. And
Brandy.
And she said,
And so as you can see, Shine did not mention Brandy. It sounds like the interviewer, which it sounds like is Charlemagne the God, is mentioned Brandy. So Shine did not snitch on Brandy. He was trying to hide the fact of who it was, but they put 2 and 2 together. And not only that, Brandy dated Kobe early on in Kobe's early development, right when he was coming into the NBA draft. So there's that. Now, I don't know if they ever got down, but that was to protect Kobe's image. They paired him with the good girl, and so they didn't make Kobe to turn out to be a hoe hopper. Rest in peace to Kobe, but you know, history tells us differently, I should say. But Shine is also using his Brooklyn voice, which he's Belizean. When you hear him talk when he's in Belize, he sounds like he's Belizean, but he's using his rapper accent right now. All right, and this is him currently. And talking to the hip hop station, he's using his Brooklyn Shine Borough accent. But if you hear him talk normally, like Shine Obama, the president of Belize, he talks very Belizean. All right. But it does happen to Caribbean blacks that come in what I call cosplay African Americans. And this is no shade on them. I'm just describing it. They come in cosplay African Americans and use the culture, which the culture is somewhat intermixed, but then they what do they call it? Code switch. They code switch, and then they come in here. I'm from Brooklyn, but you're really from Belize. All right, but all right. Let's continue here. There's a whole long history. I don't want to get too involved in that, but I'm just describing what you're hearing here.
Said,
but now you know. Now you know.
You listen, the documentary is in the documentary.
Okay.
It's in the documentary. Carl Kent says who it is. God bless his soul. And we had an argument, and she said, "Yo, you're nobody."
She said that to you?
Yes.
Damn.
You're nobody. You ain't sell one record. You think you styling, you think you're that, you're nothing. You haven't sold a record. And that hit me like the hand of God. Just, you know, slapped me back into reality because she was telling the truth. Like what I wasn't there to date, you know, R&B divas and pop divas and, you know, look fly. I was there to make hit records and I wasn't doing that. And that shook me up. And I was like, yo, where Puff at? All right. You know, I carry your bags, you know, what, let's get in the studio. And that's what we did. So the entire 99, you know, I was in the gym, I was in the studio, and that's how we made Bad Boy.
Okay, so if you don't know, Bad Boy was his breakout hit. It was his #1 first release on the album, on the label Bad Boy. And when you heard it, when people heard it without seeing Shine, this was right after the death of Notorious B.I.G. a few years removed. And when it hit the record, everybody was like, oh, it sounds like Biggie. He's trying to imitate Biggie. But he just had that voice, all right? His cadence and his rhythm and his rhyme and his whole lyrical flow was not Biggie related. It just sounds like he sounded like Biggie. And I think he was overdoing it initially. And then he found his voice. But what you're hearing is what men suffer from, even young men, even men who become celebrities and rich, and they get distracted by women. And one of his motivators was the fact that Brandy was fucking on Mace. And that led him to make the record Bad Boy because Brandy checked him and said, you're a nobody. I'm dating Mace and all these other celebrities. Good Lord have mercy. All right. But by the way, man, love this song. This is crazy work, but it tells you we all go through this. All of us go through this. So Brandy tried to chin check him, basically check him and say, you a nobody. You ain't put no records out. I'm just messing with you. You a side nigga. I'm out here doing X, Y, and Z. I'm out here shining with Mace. And we in the shiny, slippery, we in the shiny suit. We been around the world and damn. And he was like, bro. So his motivation was Brandy. Who knew? And by the way, this is from the 1990s, right? The magical 1990s where women were all good and love was real. Sheesh. Okay, so that's crazy enough, right? So that's a crazy enough story for us to realize, well, maybe the good girls, maybe they ain't so good. All right, maybe they've been out here in these ecclesiastical streets.
In these streets.
Well, it gets worse, y'all. Just when you thought it was bad. That's not a bad story. That's a pretty common story. This is a bad part of the story here. Apparently now Brandy has released her memoir, And part of this release of the memoir was the Shine thing distracted it, because this was a couple weeks ago. Ray J has spoke out about it, protecting Brandy's image like he does. He was supposed to be dying a couple of weeks ago, but apparently he's still alive. But he protected Brandy, and Brandy wanted Shine to shut up about it. And Shine was like, I never said anything. I never mentioned your name. But now Brandy had to deal with this fact that she's been drug out in the street out here creating love triangles. She now has released in her memoir a rumor, or confirmed a rumor that we all knew about, that I warned you about not that long ago, maybe a few years ago. I said a lot of people, singers and rappers, a lot of women that they talk about, either doing debaucherous things, talking about if the homies can't have none, it ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. A lot of the songs that are written about women, a lot of the late night activity and groupies and backstage activities are done with teenagers. Some people didn't think that was true. And I said, that is the history of rock and roll and R&B. And it's only going to be so much time that the R&B 90s and 2000s are going to expose this. Now, we've seen this with Diddy. We've seen this with rock and roll. We've seen this with blues singers. We've seen that this is just the case. A lot of the things that they talk about with women have been actually teenagers and girls. And a lot of the sexual exploits that they've had for one night stands and relationships have been with teenagers. Now, I said this and people literally was like, you're crazy. What are you talking about? But this is the truth. Backstage, underage adolescents. How you doing? Fine. And it goes all the way up into the 2000s and whatnot. And people gave it a pass. We've seen this with R. Kelly and Aaliyah. You've seen this now with a whole variety of things here. And we're going to see this even going forward here because it still happens today. Epstein and all of this stuff. We see this has been something that has been going on in the history of time. And younger women have made these choices, unfortunately. And this is going to be a tough conversation to hold because sometimes people want to make the woman out to be a victim and say, well, she didn't know what she was doing because the adult had the favor in this situation. He should have known better. And she was the victim. Now, in this case, Brandy is framing herself as the victim of dating a known R&B singer while she was 16 years old. Now, we know she entered into the music scene when she was relatively young, 13 or 14, right? I think she was on Star Search as a young woman. I might be mistaken. As a young preteen or a teenager. We know she had been probably trying to get into the industry while she was 14, 15, and 16. Okay. But in this situation here, we know she was a part of the industry. We've seen this with Fiancée. We've seen this with groups that we thought were adults that were actually teenagers. TLC, Destiny's Child. They were acting like they were grown, mature adults. They were doing mature content, but they were teenagers. Sierra. There was a video of a producer saying Sierra was in the studio twerking at 16 and 15. So this is a hard conversation to have. It's hard to then say these guys are the predators, she's the victim. We're going to have a vote on this one. I believe still that we do have to honor the age of consent. But we're going to hear a very, very incriminating statement by the said R&B singer, and then people never do anything about it. They actually laughed it off. Okay, Rihanna, another one. So we look past it. What about Foxy Brown, allegedly? So we see these things happen. Little Kim was a teenager, but they're portraying adults. Okay, so we see this happening. But then, they try to hold people to a different standard or try to say these people need to be, and it really gets complicated. Really, really gets complicated. So let's go ahead and put the rumor, put the confirmation of the rumor from Brandy. That wasn't a rumor to me. I knew this was going on. I knew that this existed. But here it is again. The good girl, Brandy, confirms an old rumor of dating Boys to Men's. Is it Wanya Morris when she was 16 and he was 22? Says he was her first and took advantage due to the age gap. He's also claimed she was of age. All right, so he says she was legal. But I've told you that this industry, in the movie industry, has this. A lot of these women that become the next white blonde thing, they were teenagers, all right, when they were discovered and, doing acting and auditioning. And then one producer wanted to fuck her and brought her into the movie. And by the time she's 20, all right, she's been in the industry for 2.5 years and been fucked on and touched and whatnot and here and there. All right, but it's Wanya. All right, Wanya. Boys to Men, they were a quartet. You guys know them, End of the Road. Now she, in her memoir, says he took her virginity and that he took advantage of her due to the age gap, 22 and 16. In the 90s, and everybody in the 90s can vouch for this. And we have to vote on this one because I'm not excusing the behavior by Wanya, but I'm not fully on the side that she's a 100% victim. But however, she was a minor in most states. Not most states, in some states, which we're going to hear Wanya defend this. In the 90s, it was not uncommon for younger women to try to get involved and be grown with slightly older men. 22 might have been somewhat older, but it was definitely common that women at 16 or 17 would say they can't date men their age. Sometimes this happens even today, but we're a lot more sensitive to it in the 2020s as compared to the 1990s. In the 1990s, there were niggas hanging out at the high school football game, hanging out after school in a booming system, in a Jeep, a Benz Jeep, a Land Cruiser, or a Benz in the front of the school, and the drug dealer Mercedes with the rims on it, and the car with the TV headrests at the high school graduate. They even said R. Kelly was at the high school McDonald's. Niggas was at the Subway and the high school McDonald's hanging out after school at 2:30, 3 o'clock. They would go to the McDonald's and scoop and pick up high school girls in the Mustang 5.0 with the Daytons. This was very common. Unfortunately, I have to report this. I'm not excusing this. This was a common thing at all high schools. Dude, you can even be in middle schools doing some shit like this. Like, I've seen it, all right, because I was a teacher and a coach. I've seen it. Middle school, niggas hanging out. The juniors and the seniors hanging around with their cars around the 8th graders and the 9th graders. It's what it was. There were dudes that were freshmen and sophomores at community colleges dating high schoolers because, yeah, they were just a year or two removed from high school. So there were girls in my high school class that were dating college guys and going to parties. So this is a tough conversation. It still happens today, but we're still a little more hypersensitive. We even had the football punter from San Diego State get involved with a woman that was a high school girl going to college parties, and she fucked like 3 or 5 guys at the party, including him, and then try to prosecute him only. I mean, this happened during this time. We have to understand that. We can't look at it from a lens from today. It was the lens of yesteryear. And even if we were exposing this during this time, I guarantee you nobody was going to do anything about it. Nobody was going to say, Wanya, this is out of control. In fact, they literally knew they were dating. They let it go. Not only that, Brandy's parents knew. Nia Long said she went to prom. Her mom let her go to prom with a grown-ass man. Okay? Okay. So there is a steep history of us allowing this behavior to go on, whereas today it will probably be called out a lot faster today, or we would be hypersensitive, or we would probably, have a lynch mob, or, parents and families would call the police. Something would happen today. We wouldn't allow really a 22-year-old man to be dating a woman that qualifies for passing for the age of consent in 32 states, which Wanya is going to talk about here. But let me go ahead and break this down. 47-year-old Brandy is confirming a years-long rumor claiming she dated Boyz II Men star Wanya Morris, who is now 52 years old. Now, that age gap doesn't seem very high now, 52 and 47. That would be a good pairing. But she was 16 at the time, and he was 22, and that is a massive age gap. 6 years, in that age of maturity is pretty massive, although physically, it seems like you're ready. It seems like you're ready. All right. Anyway, too soon. For years, Wanya has denied dating an underage Brandy, claiming that they fell in love when she became 18. In her memoir, Phases, there's the phases again, there's the spectrum. The R&B singer superstar opened up about Wanya being her first. Brandy said that the age gap relationship has haunted her and left her scarred. Whew. There it is. So you will find that women, unfortunately, carry around decades of trauma. This is why they're always telling you to heal and go to therapy, because they're always carrying around decades and decades of trauma. And you're like, okay, I gotta go over my trauma. All right, but you're here scarred 47 years later. Like, all right, yo, bro, get over it. How many other men have you been with? All right, this is anyway. But again, she was a minor. But she ate up all the food and drank up all the drinks. She thought she was grown then. This is a tough conversation. I'm going to leave it up to you. You make the call. You make the call on this one, because I'm not going to say she wasn't a victim, because legally in 18 states, okay, she was a victim. If this is true, and particularly in California, it's true. All right. And it says right here, the Grammy winner singer further admitted how she now feels like he took advantage of her youth and naivety. I got it wrong there. Naivete, I think it's pronounced. So he took advantage of her. Good Lord have mercy. Golly. While detailing her late 90s relationship with Wanya, Brandy reveals things began after they collabed on the hit song Broken Hearted in 94. Shortly after, their friendship turned romantic and they began sneaking around. I don't think so. According to the USA Today, she said she genuinely believed that they had true love. There it is. So she believed that there was true love, and she lost her virginity to him. Very big deal. She wrote, for years, I struggled with how I was treated in that relationship. Well, that's the real point. It's not that fact that she was taken advantage of. It's probably, he probably was ho-hopping. He saw a 15-year-old girl, I thought it was 16, with rising fame and admiration for her talent, and I believe he deliberately took advantage of me. This was a 22-year-old man who I believe knew exactly what he was doing when he pursued an underage girl. Okay, very tough conversation, man. I'm not here to defend Wanya in this case, nor am I here to victim blame Brandy. But what we do know, as I described, people have volunteered for these type of relationships for many, many years, and people look past it. Even if people told Brandy not to do it, she probably still did it. Very tough. According to people, Brandy claimed that that as their relationship grew, Wanya became hard to get in contact with, and that he made her page him before calling. Yep, he was ho-hopping. Brandy said she split from Wanya after learning he cheated, to which he admitted. Not a surprise. She said for years he had been describing their relationship as the young ingenue, having a schoolgirl crush and getting her heart broken. I can understand that as a person that has worked with young women. They definitely do get schoolgirl crushes on older men. And I'm not talking about 50-year-old men, but definitely men in their 20s and 30s who they have no business dealing with. They'll get a crush on them and become attached. Look at the movie Crush related to this. All right. They'll think they're grown enough. I'm mature enough. I know what love is. The young boys I'm dealing with, they don't know what love is. You're mature, even though he's 22, right? And then they'll get a schoolgirl crush and they'll allow things to go forward, but they're still a minor in that situation. And then the guy, he doesn't turn it down and he oversteps his boundary. He commits a crime, or he doesn't say no. He's not the adult in the situation, and he takes the punani. He robs her for the peace leave. And then years later, she's carrying around the trauma. It says the shame ends here. However, she writes now, I believe he took advantage. The shame ends here. The silence ends here. This is a Brandy Me Too. I was not a fast girl with a crush. I was not a dramatic teenager who couldn't handle rejection. Now, we later on know that she was with Shine and Mace at the same time. Years later, not even years later, same time frame, or years after. I was not an unstable, obsessive fan. I was a child. Okay, she was a child. Legally, she was a child. I and he was an adult. Legally, he was an adult. So she's right. And it's time for the world to understand the difference. Whoosh. Very, very tough. Very tough. We're going to have you vote on this one. There's the picture there. Good Lord. Let me play this clip, which is very uncomfortable. You're going to hear this clip that I have to play related to this. This is Wanya describing the relationship between Brandy and him. That's him in here. He's right here in December 2020. Let's see what Wanya says here.
Should I just tell the story? I'm going to tell the story. We like stuff like this, especially when people don't have any idea. Okay. Okay. So check this out. Brandy and I were friends in the beginning. Her mother and reached out to me, as well as my manager reached out to Brandy, because Brandy was a big fan of mine. And I was like, wow, that's amazing, because this young lady was pretty cool. Now I was young at the time. I wasn't 30 nothing. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So he's excusing. He said he was young. Okay. So he was only 22. Tough conversation. 22 is an adult, still a young guy. And yes, could you be vulnerable to a young woman, even though she might be at the age of consent or right teetering at the line? Could you turn it down? Especially if she's giving you crush admiration signals. Tough conversation.
Yeah, so don't get it twisted. Hold on 1 second. Can we keep it down? Because I can't hear. All right. So what happened is we actually, she became kind of like my little protege. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm actually the one that introduced her to Vita Spears and Ralph Foucault. They came to us to actually do a TV show.
All right, he's doing a lot of tap dancing
on the UPN network. And I said, well, Brandy's down the hallway, and, she's basically, she was on the Thea show. Okay, cool. Introduced her to that. The show came to fruition. My mom and I wrote the theme song to the Brandy show. So Brandy and I were really, really close. Once she turned of age, we had been hanging around each other so much. We've been hanging around each other so much that there became to be some sort of connection, an intimate connection.
Okay, so he hit it when they hung out. And I've often said this, proximity is gonna bring that out, right? So if you want to be safe from these situations, I worked in high schools when I was 22 years old and even younger. There would be girls that had crushes on me and would push and that type of thing. And you have to be the adult, even though when you're a young guy and your hormones are raging and you're like, well, she seems like she's ready and she's interested in, nobody has a problem with it. She seems grown, but they're not. All right. You have to turn it down. And proximity, I tell you, when you get in proximity of someone, even though you wouldn't normally date that person, proximity will allow you to do it. I tell you, in communities where you see obese people all the time, even though you might not want to be with an obese person, if 60-70% of the women are obese, proximity wise, you're going to sleep with obese women. Okay. This is a matter of fact. All right. This is a matter of fact, just based on proximity. You're like, I'm not really attracted to obese women. You'll be fucking in 10 years around obese women, you will be fucking obese women because everybody's obese. That's proximity. Proximity kills whatever else going around. So you'd be like, okay, I'm closely associated with this woman who is 15, 16. All right, I'm closely around her. We have a great relationship. We hang out all the time. The mother knows we hang out. Fucking is going to ensue. Okay. Unfortunately, even though she's close to that line, that's what he's describing there. Proximity. Proximity plays a big part in that. Let's continue. So if you don't want to be a part of that, don't be around 16-year-old girls. Let's continue.
We actually fell in love. Now, we were young. That's what happens. You're young and you fall in love. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you have the ability to be around somebody a lot, you begin to know things about them. You know what I mean? And they know things about you. Now, when you're young, you make decisions based on your youth. You know what I'm saying? You don't make decisions, moral decisions that put you in a whole position where you know that this is what's show on the UPN network. And I said, well, you know, Brandy's down the hallway, and you know, she's basically she was on the Thea show. Okay, cool. Introduced her to that.
Okay,
that's going to be for the rest of your life.
You don't care about that part. Let me continue to that one here. Okay, that's him tap dancing on this one. We're gonna have to have you make the call, but I'm gonna play this next clip that might give you a different opinion on Wanya in this situation here. So we're just teaching you about where to put yourself and position yourself to avoid these particular issues. All right, you want to avoid these issues because they, unfortunately, women don't be forgetting. All right, they gonna bring this shit up 20, 30 years later. All right, and it doesn't matter if you say all of this, we were in love and we were close and the mother knew and people didn't say anything and nobody pressed charges. Then nobody cares. Now you have Brandy playing the victim. Now this clip, this one's gonna be pretty bad. All right, this makes Wanya and everybody around them very, very suspect. It says in an old interview, Wanya Morris speaks on his relationship with Brandy. I don't know how long this interview is. I'm sorry, I don't know how old this interview is, but listen to this.
Were you the only one that was ever involved with a celebrity?
Who was he dating? Wanya was banging Brandy.
He left her lonely, brokenhearted.
No, I didn't actually leave.
He was teaching Reggae how to do videos.
You told Reggae how to do the segment.
That's why they called you Squirt.
That's what I was thinking.
That's why you got Squirt.
I mean, Brandy even said to her behind the music that you broke her heart because you fell in love with somebody else.
I mean, you only fall in love with somebody. You only fall out of love with somebody else if somebody makes you fall out of love.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if that was the situation, if that's what she said, then
that's political. I like that.
I can't contest to her view about it. I can just only live by my view.
Revolt.
They were saying she was really young when y'all dated.
Yeah, she was. Not that young. Not
this
jailbait. No, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, but you know that's why. But that's why.
Were you the only one that was ever involved with a celebrity?
That's why I stopped it. Hold on, but that's why I stopped it and said that she wasn't that young because I don't want y'all to think Boys II Men was young.
I was young too.
She said she was 15 and she had to keep it a secret because
see, we did the thing. We did the thing when she was like 16, 17, around that time, you know.
So you were still a boy too.
I wasn't old. I wasn't like 38 years old now.
Okay, so you're hearing this right here. You're hearing this. This is pretty bad. All right. And Angela Yee and Charlamagne the God are not doing any favors in this situation. In fact, Charlamagne the God snitching. All right. You know how he works. So he's putting this business out intentionally, and he's got Wanya scrambling and scraping for shit. So, you know, he's like, I wasn't 38, I was young, but he was 22, he was adult in the situation here. Although we call these 22-year-old people today children, the irony here, 22-year-old still young and a child, their brainstem hasn't developed. But now he even admits she was 16 or 17. I mean, this is all bad. In this situation, this does confirm that he was fully aware that she was a minor, despite the fact that he previously said, she was 18. Let's continue.
Like that. I was old enough to, she was old enough to get it.
Okay. But was it legal in the state y'all was in?
I mean, we was always in different states.
Okay, now that was a very important part of the clip. Now this, again, this is hard conversation. They're laughing at Brandy being a minor and him saying we were moving around some states. Let me let them finish the clip. Listen to this.
They had a nomad relationship.
You know what I'm saying? We just, we didn't do it in the states that it was legal.
Okay, we didn't do it in the state that it was legal in.
It was illegal in.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Political.
No. It was, you know what I mean? It was a time. It was a relationship. It grew and it ungrew.
Okay, it grew and it ungrew, like all relationships, especially young relationships, especially when you're dealing with young women. They're not around for the long haul. This relationship is going to implode at some particular point, even though you're fully in love and you think it's going to be forever. So in this case right here, you're hearing that everybody was still making laughs about it, even though in that case, she's saying now I was a kid. He took advantage of me. But when you pull up this interview, he's even admitting, hey, in certain states, we only fucked where it was legal because 32 states, it's legal with a 16-year-old, give or take. Some have a Jack and Jill clause to it. 32 states have a 16-year-old age of consent. So that's what he's saying. In those 32 states, we had sex. But in the 11 to 18 that don't have, it's more than 16. Sometimes they're 17 or 18. Well, we didn't have sex. Okay, so very, very interesting clip. What do you think? You make the call. We got the good girl situation here. We got Brandy out here with Kobe Bryant. We got her with Wanya. We got her with Mace. We got her with Shine, but she was a good girl. We only have Monica with a couple of people. She was the bad girl, right, in the situation there. Good night, Irene, but I'm going to get you a chance to sound off about this. We're going to start a poll right here. Do you believe in this case that Brandy... Do you believe that Brandy is a victim in this case? And I'm going to make it easy for you so you're not going to be confused. All right. And you make the call. Do you believe Brandy's a victim? Your choice is to click victim or not victim. You don't have a wrong answer in this one. This is complicated. Across the scene here, even they didn't even take it seriously. Nobody in that room took it seriously. So I'm not the only one in this case. I'm not going to tell you what my opinion is. You go ahead and sound off. But I do want to remind you, we're going to be back tonight on the Coach Greg Adams channel. Go over there and subscribe. We're going to be over there live streaming tonight with the Monday Night Rawski show. And we'll go ahead and reveal these results after we get these super chats going on here. The 1990s coming back to bite us in the rear end. Remember, the 1990s was so magical. It was real love. It was Love Jones. Okay. It was easy to get girls' numbers. It was easy to fall in love. But now what are we looking at? Women framing themselves to be victims of the 1990s, the glamorous 1990s. All right. We got Blue Baggin says she was banging all these older ninjas at 16, then turns around and says she was a victim. All right. That's what she said. That's what she said. And trust me, there's a lot of women that aren't celebrities that are in this exact same scenario. Okay, for sure. Wes says Brandy wasn't scarred. She's trying to sell books. Okay, she's trying to sell some books. And she's using this particular situation. Most of the time, they don't sell books, but you're absolutely right. They will reveal some of these entries to throw dudes under the bus. Okay. And was Brandy out there a volunteer or a victim? Shout out to Carter says this will not stop until society starts holding these girls accountable. If they can get the benefits of dating older men and still play the victim on the back end, why would they stop? It's a win-win for them. This is a fact. This is a fact. People have tried to portray the women in my video that went viral as victims. All right, they try to say Coach looks mad and angry, and the women are being victims. But then you look at the video, the women aren't being victims. They fully enjoying eating up all the food and drinking up all the drink. This is the same thing in the Cassie case. Well, she was young. She was 19. She took all the flights. She charted all the flights. She stayed in the 5-star hotels. She went to the Michelin star restaurants. She smoked up all the weed. She ate up all the food and drank up all the drink. She partied and she snorted all the coke. And she benefited, and then later on said she was the victim. I find that to be egregious. And she was a legal adult. Like, come on, bro. I don't know. I don't look at it as that. Even though people were young and we were young, nah. You can't say that a woman, even like the women in my video, oh, well, they're recording you putting it out there and they might not agree to it. Yo, bitch, you was at the party. You was at the football game. You drank up all the drink. You was at the restaurant. You went on the trip and the vacation. You was in the hotel. You was in the hotel pool. You was riding in the car. You can't take advantage of the scenario and then withdraw consent and say, no, I don't want to be out there. Nah, bro, you knew I was a social media person. You knew I was recording. You didn't tell me to stop recording. You had the food and you enjoyed the vacation. You can't come out here later on and be like, well, I don't want to be a part of the scene anymore. Nah, nigga. No. Nah, I don't want to be I don't want to be put out there no more. No, you got the spoils of the, you got the spoils of the thing. You got to take advantage of the thing. You can't then say, oh, you can't monetize it no more. You can't put it out there. No, fuck that. Nah, man, you did it. And you saw me recording. You saw me on the video. You was on the video. You didn't have a problem with it. It's so crazy that they'll take advantage of the situation and enjoy it. And then later on be like, oh, I didn't. And typically what happens is they don't have the situation anymore. Cassie didn't have the situation anymore. Brandy doesn't have the situation anymore. It's hard then to say that they're a victim of it when they took advantage of it. It's a hard conversation, but then you have to have the conversation. You have to have the conversation. Well, she was young. They're going to find an excuse. And you were older and you knew you took advantage of them. Hey, look, you don't want to sold yourself out for $500 for a whole weekend. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, hey, you the one, you $500 when you were 24. That was a lot of money. You're now 42 and you're like, damn, I did that for $500. Yep. All right. Just because you're 42 and you're looking at it, you need $500 now, and you're looking at it like, damn, I wish I could get a whole. And the nigga that done it, I'm over here with the next girl. I'm over here on the next vacation. 5-10 years down the line, I'm on the next trip. My money's still coming in. All right, but you still short $500. Hey man, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Shit. Shout out to our brother here. It is Hustle Every Day. He says, honor a contractual agreement. There's no honor amongst thieves. Punani is not payment for work I'm about to do or have done. Never take scraps from B. He says, it's prime rib or no rib for me. Okay. It's prime rib or no rib for me. Shout out to you. We got cash apps that I need to acknowledge potentially. Shout out to Roderick Miller, says, men support this man. Truth teller, create your own. He says right here, no nightlife for ninjas to floss in Memphis. Facts. There's no nightlife for men to floss in Memphis. And also a lot of Memphis men don't own new vehicles. They own Chevy Caprices that their grandmother don't drive no more. That only have 8,000 miles on it because the grandmother only went to the gas station and the grocery store and back. So they still run very well. So put 22-inch rims on it and call it a dunk. Did I describe that thoroughly or what? You know, you can't afford to buy a new car on yourself. Let's dress up old cars because I can't get a car loan. All right. Is that how it works? We're talking about Jacksonville, Florida. We're talking about, you know, Miami Gardens. We're talking about Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We're talking about Birmingham, Alabama. Somebody said that's Miami. Yeah, we're talking about Miami. That's Miami-ish. All right. It's low maintenance. You can fix it in your backyard. You know what I mean? You see it in the garage. It's still clean, pristine. Granny died. Drive her Caprice around. Just put rims on it. Not even a new stitch of paint. 8,000 miles on it. On a 1996 Chevrolet Caprice, you run around looking like Matlock with rims on it. All right. Anyway, let me stop. We love y'all. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Let me check if there's some people over on the what do you call it? Ko-Fi says, also normies, this is Carter. Normies aren't ready for this conversation that the minor is sometimes the predator. Matt Ariza's story is a prime example. The girl was on full predator mode. He says, I also noticed that saying he's grown at 22, yet when CGA says has a 22-year-old, she's a kid. Like, again, I swear to God, in our world today, a 22-year-old will be called a kid. Press 1 in the chat if you agree. In our world today, especially when talking about women, but even when we're talking about delayed growth stunted adolescent young boys, we still frame 22-year-olds as children today. But in this scenario, he's a grown-ass man. Now, as SWV said, what's it gonna be? Or SWV asked. SWV asked, what's it gonna be? Which one is it? Because in today's world, a 22-year-old is still a child. Their brainstem didn't develop yet. Their frontal lobe hasn't developed. They're still a kid. They can still live at home. I feel like 22-year-old is still young. Okay, that's what y'all saying. I've been saying 22-year-old is a grown-ass man. Same thing with a woman. 22-year-old is a grown-ass woman. But now, here we go. 22-year-old is a grown-ass man, and What are we doing? What are we doing here? Again, it's always going to be that goalpost moving around. It's like when you try to kick a field goal in Madden, right? And they got that fucking whatever that thing is, that little thing, and you got to press the button twice, right? You at the 30-yard line, you know you fixing to shank that shit, all right? And the thing goes, zoop, zoop. Let me pull it up. All right, Madden field goal bar. The field goal meter. Let me see if I can get an image of this shit. All right, let me see if I can do it. Everybody know what I'm talking about. They got it on the kickoff too. All right, this is how that damn field, this is how the bar be moving, the field goal be moving when it's just convenient for somebody to play the victim. All right, here you are right here, game on the line. You know this needle about to go ham. Soon as you press the A, that needle about to go swipe, swipe. All right, but when you out here just kicking extra points, that shit moves slow as fuck. But your remote shaking now. Trying to kick an extra chip shot. All right. And you know you fixing to miss. Fixing too. They just moving that needle ever so slightly to get you in the scenario where you can't win. So you got to be careful of this. You got to be very aware of this in this situation. I do want to read the results. The results of this, where did it go? Here it is right here. Do you think Brandy or believe Brandy is the victim? 91% said not a victim. Not a surprise because this is mostly a male channel. And really my demographics tell me 10% of my channel, 9% are women that watch this, not on a daily basis, but I have 9% female subscribers. And a bunch of trolls and bots, hater ass niggas in here too. So we got a bunch of weak, limp-wristed ass, ecclesiastical, lukewarm Christian ass niggas in here too watching me. So there's that. So that does line up with my demographics. 91% says Brandy is not a victim. So, but if we put this poll to a woman's channel, maybe Kendra G or Tasha K or any of these particular women, I'm pretty sure it would be more down the middle, if not more leaning the other way. Not a surprise. All right, not a surprise. Let me wrap this up. Remember tonight, Coach Greg Adams' channel will be on tonight, rocking this funky joint. But I want to make sure I clear out all of the contributions before we go. And thank you for being here. Let's see here. Go ahead and get on out of here. We'll go ahead and play the outro now. Thank you for all the contributions and be ready to support. Hit the like button on the way out and peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. And the another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, I'm a paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck, and they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice. Go run up a check, demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping out the pack. Everything I'm on stack. Everything I do is